Alrighty. So a couple of months ago, when this whole Iran war started, I made a controversial claim, and that controversial claim was Iran is beating the United States. And that was a hard statement to say, being a retired vet and having to sort of put framework on the what do I mean Iran is beating the United States. Well, I'm gonna blend a video game and a movie and a book. CK3, wonderful game. I recommend people play it. You have your casus belli, your cause for war. And one of the things about being the aggressor is that you can only complete 50% of the 100% meter by defeating the enemy army. The other 50% has to be taking holdings. Ideally, the target, I mean, I never do this because it's kind of a waste, but I like to take all of the land around the target to build up the war score, then their capital, build up the war score, as I don't want to sack, if the place I'm taking has been sieged, I don't want to siege it because I'm taking it over. That fills up the bar. So in like a video game, you have a clear understanding of what a win is and what a loss is. And then to go to the movie, the TV show, The Last Kingdom, with Uhtred, son of Uhtred of Bebbanburg. At the very end, he's negotiating with the King of Scotland. And the King of Scotland says, I'll bring more men. Lost battles do not mean lost wars. And Uhtred says, we're not afraid to fight you. Pretty much like, cool, you're going to bring more men. We'll bring more men too. We'll keep fighting you. And then in the book Ender's Game, where Ender first encounters Mazer, Mazer defeats him physically in hand-to-hand combat. And Ender's on the ground, and one ankle is being held up. Mazer's knee is against his either lower back or his neck. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've read it. And he says, okay, I yield. Ender says, I yield. And Mazer says, since when does the enemy need to be told when they've won? And you have Donald Trump here, in command of arguably the world's, I'm not going to say best military anymore. I'm going to say the world's most technologically advanced military in the world. And he can't get Iran to negotiate. Although he claims, like, Donald Trump has this problem where he says he thinks we're all stupid, and whatever he says is the reality. Well, many years ago when I started doing the politics show, what I said was, I don't read a country's mainstream media for the information about that country. I don't read Fox News, or I mean, I click them on the show sometimes, but when I get my first news for the day about the Middle East, I read the BBC and I read Al Jazeera. And the reason why I read the BBC and Al Jazeera is, number one, the BBC doesn't really have a vested interest in presenting America in one light or the other. Like, America's fucking folly is unreal. And Al Jazeera, although people are like, they're run by terrorists, they're Middle Eastern, of course they have every reason to make America look in the worst possible light. Al Jazeera doesn't have to make up shit about America right now, because America embarrasses itself on a daily fucking basis. Like, Al Jazeera talked about the American tariffs, and in their earliest reporting of the American tariffs, they outright said, and it'll be the American consumer who pays the tariff, because that's how tariffs work. They didn't go and make up a bunch of bullshit. They didn't fabricate. They showed Donald Trump's magical formula, and they said, This guy took the trade deficits, divided them in two, took that number, and that became the tariff. That's always been my issue with politics. They always lie against the opposition, even though the truth would suffice. Right. Donald Trump actually is, like I said, I don't hate the man 24/7 because he's a broken clock. He's right twice a day. Donald Trump, when in his first campaign against Hillary Clinton, brought up the point, he got asked about tax write-offs. And he didn't lie because there was no point in lying. Yes, I use those tax write-offs, but so do all of her contributors. I take the tax write-offs that the law allows me to take. I'm not, and this is where the American person has been manipulated. You've been taught that for some reason you're supposed to hate rich people because they take tax write-offs. What I don't understand about people is, why are you mad that they're taking a tax write-off? Why aren't you mad that when the tax write-off becomes apparent, Congress doesn't immediately change the tax code for the following year to close that loophole? For example, I had a year, I made a mistake. I don't have any problem sharing about my personal life. When I got separated from the military, I fell into a horrible depression. And I don't mean like a little depression. I don't mean like I didn't shower for 2 days. I didn't watch set. Like, I was in a bedridden depression. Because a veteran will tell you, if you talk to veterans, people that made 20, there's two types of veterans. There's retirees and there's veterans. Both are worthy of respect. I don't care if you served for 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, 12 years, 19 and a half years, or 20 years or more. The people who make it to 20, they will tell you your entire life, your career, and your life are no longer separate Venn diagram circles. They're almost completely overlaid. For example, when I bought this house, I didn't like this house. I don't like this house. I don't like this house layout. I don't like two-story houses. I prefer split levels. I prefer basements. I prefer the furnace and the water heater and all that shit on the first floor. I got a lot of things I prefer. But this house wasn't for me. This house, my wife and I had decided, our youngest child had special needs. Our middle child was developing some special needs. I said, hey, look, we're coming to Scott Air Force Base. We're going to homestead here because I know in the next 10 years, because remember, I should now be on terminal leave, ending my career naturally. Right about now. Unless I was on the short list for general, I was going to be done this next month. So I said to my wife, I said, the 10 years, I'm gonna be here for 3 years. I know I'm gonna be overseas for at least 2 years. I know I'm going to be down in Alabama for at least 1 year. And then the year that I have my command is going to be a shitstorm anyway. I said, why doesn't the family just homestead here? Well, when I got out of the military, I fell into a world of depression. I already had the YouTube channel. I wasn't a streamer yet, but I was making YouTube videos. The following year, I forgot to divert the YouTube income from... the Twitch and the YouTube income from myself to the company, because I was just starting to set up the company. And then I fell into my depression. Well, I got about $4,700 between the two. Well, I took that $4,700 and I took a $3,500 tax write-off for the earned income child credit. I also took a deduction for childcare. I also took that same pile of money and I took the exact dollar amount and I invested it into my IRA, my Roth IRA. And about 18 months later, I'd come out of my depression and I got audited. And the guy came along and he said, you can't do what you did with the money. I said, yes, I can. There's no rule that says you can't. He's like, you got like 4,300 some odd dollars. You put 4,300 into your Roth IRA. I said, yeah, because that's all the earned income I had for the year. My pension doesn't count. He's like, okay, so you get the saver's tax credit for that. I said, yes. He said, but then you took the same dollar amount as earned income tax credit because you have 2 children. I said, well, yeah, my children allow me to take a write-off against this. He's like, but you've already gotten the write-off. I said, yeah, but it doesn't say I can't take it twice. And then he said, and your child was in daycare. I said, yeah. He says, well, was the daycare related to the earning? I said, yeah. My kid's at school, I make a video. My kid's at daycare, I make a video. My kid's at daycare, I do a Twitch show. I said, so he's like, you can't do that. And the guy, he pulls out his book, and we're just sitting there. And he goes to the first section. Those are all different write-offs. Normally what happens is in order to take, so I had about 4,700 up here. Normally in order to take $3,500 in the one, the 4,700 in the other, and then I forgot what the other one is. Oh, it was like 2,800 something. This was the earned income tax credit. This was the IRA. So this was the saver's credit, and this was the daycare. And he was like, but you've taken a $4,700 write-off 3 different ways. And I said, yeah, but the rules don't say I can't. So I took $11,000 in tax write-offs against $4,700, which meant I paid no income tax on my pension that year. Now, my pension is split into 2. The lion's share of my pension is through the VA because I medically retired. So that's an allowance, not income. The remainder of the differential between 100% unemployability and my captain's pension is about $900. So that's my taxable pension. So the guy was saying once you've reached 0, you can't take anymore. And I said, I 100% agree with you logically, but show me in the book where it says it. And he's looking. And he's got the thick ass book with him. And then he pulls out his tablet. And then he's on the phone. And he says, yeah, but it doesn't. The guy literally does the, yeah, but it doesn't say that. And the guy's reading and he's reading. And he comes back and he's like, your audit is done. You didn't break the rules. Don't ever fucking do it again. They closed that tax loophole within 2 years. But they don't close the rich people's one. You think you need to create a bullshit limited liability company to use as a business expense? Well, the first thing is don't create a bullshit limited liability company as a business expense, because if it's a bullshit company, that's tax fraud. If you have a side hustle, it absolutely should be as an LLC. But remember, until you have a really large amount of income through the LLC, a lot of these scams that people tell you, like take your create an irrevocable trust, and then take your paycheck and put your paycheck into the irrevocable trust. Cool, that doesn't do anything for you. You already paid the taxes on it. You got your paycheck, you automatically paid the taxes on it, or you paid some of the taxes on it, and then you incurred the tax liability. It doesn't matter where you put the money after you've earned it. Uncle Sam is taking their piece. Now, lots of people say, well, I write off everything through my business. Cool. As long as they're all legitimate, you should do that. My dad had a great setup. My dad had a store, and he lived above it. Well, that's fucking brilliant, man. Why? He lived above the store. He had 2 furnaces in the building, so he knew the furnace for downstairs and the furnace for upstairs. But while he was downstairs in the store all day, he turned off his furnace, left the door from the store open to his apartment, and he had his heat on the first floor. By the time the end of a day comes, his upstairs is nice and warm. He barely has to run the furnace. The shop is got its own gas bill for its furnace, but a residual of heating the store is that you're heating your apartment. The phone bill was split in half. My dad, every month the phone bill came in, my dad divvied it out. He said 50% is for 50% is for my personal use, 50% is for the store. It was great. It's an awesome idea. If you can live above your store and do those things, that's awesome. You can split the cable bill 50%, the internet bill 50%. Now people hear that and they say, well, I can have a business at home and the business at home will pay for half of everything. Well, not necessarily. What people get themselves in trouble for is people start a bullshit nonsensical home business that has zero income. They run it in the red for the tax write-off. You can do that. You can have a bullshit business that never turns a profit for 5 or 7 years because there's 2 different sets of tax code. If you run your business for the 4th consecutive year at a loss, audit. You flag for an audit. If you pay 0 taxes, like I know PGN is likely to get audited again next year because we just don't make a profit. We don't turn a taxable profit. I pay my quarterly taxes, but at the end of the year, PGN just doesn't make enough yet. PGN has $33,000 worth of music, but we've only made about $14,000 in music distribution. Yeah, you don't want to get audited again. So if you're going to start a business, it has to be a legitimate business. Like this past weekend, had the tree guy out. I can't work with power tools because of the break in my upper arm. The guy came out and he charged me $1,500. They were here for 4 hours. And I tell people that $1,500 here for 4 hours, and they're like, you got ripped off. No, I didn't, because they ripped out 8 trees, pruned and trimmed my other 4, and my whole backyard was filled with all the shit they tore out. The guy happens to own a John Deere with a claw that he can bring all that stuff out. If I had paid 2 guys to do that work, I would have paid them over 4 weekends. What people don't understand is I'm not paying too much. And the people are like, oh, well, he brought a piece of equipment, so he didn't even do any of the manual pulling, the moving to the trailer. Doesn't fucking matter. However he moves it from the fucking ground to the trailer, it has to get fucking done. If he chooses to do it in 4 hours, because he's got a machine that does it, the money is spent either way. So get yourself a side hustle. You don't even need to have an expensive side hustle. There's a guy I know retired from the military like 3 years ago. He mows lawns with a push mower. He charges $40 a lawn. Takes him an hour. And people are like, you're losing money. He's like, how the fuck am I losing money? He's like, I'm charging $40 for the front and the back. I already own the lawnmower. It's my push power and a little bit of gas. People are like, oh, you're losing money. And he laughed. I was just sitting with him the one day, and he laughed because he said, I'm making $7,200 a month mowing lawns. He says, I have 9 slots a day. Every slot is full every week. On the weekends, he picks up the emergency ones. He's retired from the military. Now he was enlisted. Enlisted people don't necessarily retire with enough money that they never have to work again. It's possible that they can if they structured their lives. But I hear people say, oh, there's no money to be made. There's no money to be made. This guy's making $7,000 a month. Now, he's not clearing $7,000 a month. He's probably clearing about $6,500. But $6,500 on top of, let's say, a $2,500 a month pension check, that's livable. That's doable. You asked me, what do I think about... What did you ask me about? What do I think about the U.S. propping up the yen? Japan and U.S. confirm rare joint intervention to prop up yen. President Trump says helping to boast the Japanese currency is a sign of friendship. Japan and the United States have confirmed a rare coordinated yen buying intervention to halt Japanese currency slide to 40-year lows, with Tokyo signaling it is willing to take further action if needed. The Japanese Minister of Finance confirmed the joint intervention after a statement by U.S. President Trump Sunday that Washington was helping prop the yen as a sign of friendship and to support the global economy. So I think it's really good that the U.S. is finally doing something to help support the global economy. Japan holds a lot of U.S. debt. If Japan needs money due to inflation, then they sell U.S. debt. Selling that ends up increasing the interest rates of the U.S. debt. Right now, yes. Right now, if countries call their debt, if they call their markers, and we have to take more loans, and this is one thing that gets, like, in macroeconomics and global economics, it ends up raising the interest rate. But the thing that they sell the fastest when they need to raise short-term money is they sell T-bills, savings bonds at a nice yield, which generally ends up helping Americans. Now, that's the old design. The old design before we were an international community was Americans normally bought the lion's share of the short-term debt, and the Americans got a little rich. But when you're an American and you get a little rich, Uncle Sam takes their cut in taxes back. So it's like people are like, yeah, but they're paying 6% out on savings bonds because they had this economic blunder. Yeah, sure. They're paying 6% on savings bonds. But if you're in any taxable tax bracket, you're paying 10, 12, or 20 some odd percent. So the government gets their money back. Because remember, when you cash a matured savings bond, that's taxable. It's either straight taxable added into your adjusted gross income, or if it's the short-term shit, it's short-term capital gains. Either way, the US people benefit. Why that no longer works anymore is the US people are in such terrible fucking shape. Like, I'm at the grocery store. I go to the grocery store almost every day. I don't like buying bulk groceries anymore because some days I get up and I can't feel my hands. I don't want, chicken and steak and pork that's in the fridge for the next 3 days to go bad because today I can't feel my hands. I just run to the market. The market is literally 2 miles away. Run to the market, I walk in, I go to the butcher section, I grab what I need. Because the other thing is like I go and I decide I'm gonna make pork chops. Well, I don't want mashed potatoes with pork chops. I want cheesy potatoes with pork chops. Right? So I was like, what am I doing? Boom, boom, boom. Then I don't have anything at the house. It's kind of like I don't have a trade deficit with the grocery store where I give them $600 on the first and I get a month's worth of groceries. And then I throw 100 of that 600 out at the end of the year. Now, I know that doesn't work for everybody. The problem is I'm seeing all the people at the grocery store and they're all in shit shape. I've noticed people that I know for a fact always took their kids to the grocery store with them because dad wants to sit at home and watch the game, drink a beer, whatever. Mom takes the kids out for a little outing. I've asked some of those people, I say, hey, where's your kids? Oh, they're at home with dad. One of them finally said, the dad said, they're at home with mom. That's a little weird. It's like, I can't afford to bring my kids to the grocery store because I can't afford for them to ask me for 3 or 4 or 5 things. Like, I don't have the splurge money. I don't know where as a community, as a society, we refuse to stand up and say, hold on a second. This is bullshit. We've got so-called elected leaders making decisions that make no fucking sense. So you can't stand up to the demands of a 5-year-old. We're not talking about a 5-year-old. We're talking about 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds. Remember, when you tell a kid no, there's an important piece here. When you tell a kid no that uses currency, it doesn't matter if you run the absolute very best household in the world or the most abysmal worst one. Every no costs you currency. It costs you resentment. It costs you hurt feelings. Well, the boomers will say in the old Generation X, the kids shouldn't be upset if they didn't get a candy bar. But sure, but they're a child. That's not how their psyche functions. Especially if a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, the routine was the kid does all their chores. When they go to the grocery store, they can get a treat. Well, I know people whose budgets are so razor thin now, there's no money for the treat. Like, there are legitimately no bullshit people that are like, Jay, I've done everything that you say. I need help with my budget. And I'm like, cool, I'll give you how much your budget. There are literally people that are running in a deficit because their lives changed in the last 18 months. And there's nothing they can do about it. For example, I know somebody that signed their lease for 2 years in January. Last January. They are now sweating because they've already been given the message of a $300 a month rent increase when they go to renew their lease. Building got sold. The new owners raised everybody's rent $300 to reflect market value. The problem is, the easy answer that boomers will say, or Gen X will say, or people that aren't poor will say is, well, then you need to move into an apartment that you can afford. First of all, how are they supposed to do that? They're living with no surplus. Where are they supposed to get first month, last month in the security deposit? And people will say, well, then they should be living in an apartment they can afford. They are living in the apartment they can afford. In 6 months, they will no longer be able to afford that apartment. If you think about it, unless you happen to be blessed with a bunch of friends that own trucks, or you own a truck, or you happen to own a box van, a panel van, they're going to incur $1,000 in time, effort, energy, supplies, resources just to move. People don't think about it, but when you go and buy, over the course of 3 weeks packing, you buy $100 worth of packing supplies, rolls of tape, tissue paper, bubble wrap, right? You rent the truck. You pay the people, if you got to pay people to help you move. And even if you don't have to pay them in cash to help them move, the 2 cases of beer, the 6 pizzas that you bought to thank people for helping you move, where the fuck do you get that if you can't save any money? And I know there's a lot of people that have put themselves in a terrible state, but you got Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. You got all of them saying the rich people need to pay their fair share. Well, Elon Musk hits $1 trillion and everybody wants to tax him 50% and take $600 billion of his money. Now that SpaceX stock has plummeted, the very fucking thing I've said over and over and over again is he didn't really have that money. He potentially had that money. Even if we pass the 50% wealth tax once your assets are over $1 trillion, it wouldn't apply to anybody. Because just as quickly as he became a trillionaire, he became a 700 billionaire again. And then people say, well, he still has more than enough. Okay. You saw what happened to a ton of people when the price of SpaceX fell because it was an artificially inflated hype IPO. If you suddenly say, let's say he's got 700 billion today, and let's say you want 10% of that, you want him to pay 70 billion in taxes. For him to get 70 billion out of the stock market he would have to take out between 125 and 175 billion dollars out of the stock market to cover the 70 billion. But why? Because as he sells off the first 5 billion, the stock market goes, the price of that stock goes down because he sold 5 billion of it. Well, now other big block holders are going to see that they're not even going to see it, right? They're not even going to see it. It's just going to automatically happen. These big blocks have automatic thresholds. So this stock goes from $100 to $94. The moment it hits $94, it's going to fall into a free fall because all the big block funds, all their automatic sells are triggering. Well, that means he got $100 per share for the first 5 billion. But now he's only going to get $70 a share and he's still got to come up with 65 more billion. Now, what happens to the rest of the market? All of the market is tied to the aggregate of the performance of key stock indicators. As his stock falls, related to his companies, their stocks will fall. And then the whole market falls. And then guess what? You got your 70 billion out of Elon's ass. As grandma and grandpa, they live off of the returns of their investments with no ability to make additional income. And their pension check is tied. And now they're fucked too. Now, because grandma died 5 years ago, grandpa dies next month. Last month, his portfolio was worth 1.5 million, would have helped his kids and his grandkids. But because of your ill-advised, let's tax the rich, his portfolio is only worth 450,000. It gets liquidated, and then in 3 years it recovers. Because we do a one-time wealth tax. As I've said from the very beginning, I'm all about rich people paying their fair share. But until you stop wasting money, and until you have a balanced budget, every economic model for an individual is that you either make more money or you spend less money. Well, making more money for the average individual isn't something they can just go out and do. It takes time. It takes time for them to get more wealth. So for them, they have to spend less. Like I told my family, it's like, yeah, we're doing 5 vacations this year. Said, hey, there's nothing on the schedule next year. We're not even doing Fox Theater tickets, nothing next year. Because I need a year to fill up all the vacation funds. Do you think SpaceX reached the bottom? I'm thinking of buying since Cramer said not to buy, the inverse Cramer strat. Here's what you have to ask yourself with SpaceX. Let's take a look at SpaceX today. Okay, and then I'm going to bring up one other. Okay, so has SpaceX reached the bottom? SpaceX, its high was 201. Its low is now 111. Has it reached the bottom? 105. No. No, it hasn't. So 160 minus 80. Yeah, about 80. In my opinion, SpaceX's bottom will be at 80. How long have private investors been able to sell? A couple of days now, I think. I see the floor of SpaceX being in and right around the 80 mark because it was already overinflated. I would never risk buying individual stocks unless you're an expert. No, there's a lot of individual stocks that you can buy. But you have to know why you're buying them. Like, for example, Disney stock. Disney stock, let's go 5 years back. This is where I fucked up. I put my sell order in wrong when it was this high. Disney stock is from 177. It's down back under 100 again. Disney stock is down 50% in 5 years. That's because Disney 10 years ago did a 10-year realignment. Disney decided to put $10 billion back into the parks. Disney then got hit with COVID. They had $3 billion in losses during COVID. Disney has made a bunch of stinker live action adaptations. But Spider-Man, whatever the new one is, Brand New Day, opened to nearly $1 billion this weekend. Initial unlock date August 6th, the August 4 earnings call, allowing insiders to trade up to 20% of their holdings. I wouldn't buy. Yeah, I wouldn't buy either. If their unlock date is August 6th, then SpaceX has still got a long way down to go. Because those investors are going to they're going to sell off whatever they can to take cash. Did you hear about the New Jersey town being sued for $300 million because they blocked a data center from being built? This is actually becoming a really big problem for me. Monroe tried to stop an AI data center. Now New Jersey town faces a $300 million lawsuit. Another New Jersey community is facing a massive lawsuit after a local ban on data center construction got in the way of a developer's plans. Monroe Township in Gloucester County is being sued for $300 million in damages by Hexa Builders over the loss of use of its property as a data center. The Princeton-based development company accused local officials of being arbitrary and capricious and adopting one of the state's first municipal ordinances to ban data center construction. They filed a complaint calling the recently adopted ordinance banning data centers unconstitutional. They own a 172-acre property. More than a year ago, online records show the town amended and adopted a Hexa Builders redevelopment plan to include data centers as potential principal permitted use. It was not until this year that the public attention began to catch up to what an AI data center entails in terms of electricity and potential water use. Starting in January, crowds began to attend public meetings. They followed a new recommendation to add a new, more extreme restriction to avoid data centers. Yeah, they're going to lose that lawsuit. Oh, no, they're going to win their lawsuit. Ex post facto. If I buy a piece of property and you say, I buy the piece of property today and you don't have a restriction on data centers today, and I file a permit to build the data center today, doesn't matter if tomorrow you adopt a policy that says no data centers after the fact, ex post facto. I've already filed my permits. You cannot change the law. Now, here's the problem. When the Boeing factory got built, for the first time in a long time, my town actually did something smart. When the Boeing facility opened, Boeing was told, you will need to coordinate with Ameren, and you will need to coordinate transmission of power to your facility, because we still have a municipal energy grid, and we're not allowing you to tie into that. And they were like, well, we need to. And they're like, we don't have the capacity to handle your power needs. So they really liked the location because it puts them, by the time the airport renovation is done, the Boeing facility will be able to access the flight line of the municipal airport, which is a shared asset with the military airport. So they'll be able to move shit. They won't have to bring stuff off. They'll be able to go right over to where they need to get it. Well, they were like, well, we're going to give you guys whatever, 150 million to upgrade your power infrastructure. And the town was like, no, we will give you the space. We'll give you the land. We'll give you all these things, the tax breaks, whatever. But you are 100% solely responsible for ensuring the power grid. Well, that nearly cost them the deal. But what locked in the deal for them is because as soon as our town said, you're going to have to handle it directly, all their other sites said, oh yeah, well, we'll probably make you handle it directly too. There is a big problem with all these data centers. My city blocked one too because they claimed it was going to use city water when in fact it was not going to use city water. Well, the problem is, just because it's not going to use city water today, you got to read all the fine print. Does it get the ability to use city water in 5 years? How is it not going to use city water? It's got to get water from somewhere. Is it going to use groundwater? Is it going to build its own water filtration plant? I mean, how are they getting the water? The problem we have, well, that was the thing. The developer never spoke about it in their own defense. Right. If the developer is not going to speak about it in their own defense, then the developer knows they don't have anything that they can say that answers the question. Like, we're not talking about it. Okay, well then we're not moving forward. They screwed themselves until it was too late. Well, it depends. 300 million, does a small town that size even have under 300 million? Makes little to no sense. Right, that's where, like, you can sue us, but what are you going to get out of it? The right to put the data center in? Cool. As a reminder, you do not, like, how can I say this? It's great and all to win a lawsuit against your local police department. It's great to win that lawsuit. If you move. Your hair rules like permanently electrocuted. I like your style. Thank you. If you win a lawsuit against your local police department and you don't move, do you really want to live in a place where when you dial 911 because you have an intruder, the police might take a more lackadaisical approach to getting to your house? Like, if I won a big lawsuit against the local police department, I'd piece the fuck out. Or I'd have the means to protect my family. It also becomes a very, very bullshit thing. As I've said many times, if you follow any driver around for 5 minutes, they'll commit. Yeah, you're going to catch, it's exactly it. If you follow any driver around for 5 minutes, they'll commit 3 traffic infractions. Failure to leave enough space in the car in front of you. In most laws of the road books, in most states, tailgating isn't being right up on their bumper. It's failure to leave 1 second of interval distance per 10 miles an hour traveled. Think about that. There's supposed to be 7 seconds of space between every car on the interstate. That doesn't ever fucking happen. There's supposed to be 3 seconds of space between cars at 30 miles an hour. That doesn't fucking happen. How many times do you stop without 100% of your car being before the stop sign line? Citation B in my state. If your bumper is over the stop line, over it, not past it, over it, the ticket. Even if it's a bullshit ticket, you have to take the time off to go to court to fight it. Right. $300 million lawsuit against a small town, they don't have that. But then what they'll do is the judge will give them an injunction to let them build what they want. But then the same thing is true. Sure, you win a lawsuit and the judge says to the town, you have to let them build their data center. Well, now you make that developer jump through every fucking hoop for the rest of the time, and they'll never get open on time. I need this. We're going to have a public hearing about this. Because you can create rules for establishments, businesses, enterprises this size and over. And as long as you apply it equally, winning a lawsuit against your own town is a quick way to see all your taxes suddenly go up. No, you really won't, because remember, your taxes can't go up. Everybody's taxes have to go up. They can't raise your taxes. Because if they do, you're being singled out. Remember, your taxes can't be $1,000 more than a comparable house's. They could raise your taxes and raise the comparable houses, sure. Let's see. Over the weekend, I saw an awful lot from Trump about Iran. I guess he's going to just weekend-only market manipulation because he seems to do all this shit on Fridays. Trump just spoke out about Iran. Why does that not surprise me? Why doesn't it surprise me that Trump just... Oh, shit. Iranian leadership is unbelievably duplicitous. They ask for a meeting, some would say beg. Talks begin with more scheduled in the immediate future, and they say openly and proudly that they're not having any discussions, that nothing is being talked about, and they're only dealing with Oman. Then they go to give their usual blather and saying the Strait of Hormuz will be operated powerfully by them, when it is already completely controlled by the United States Navy and our blockade, or some would say the United States wall of steel. Nothing gets to Iran unless we want it to, and nothing gets through unless a deal or total surrender is accomplished. Whether Iran wants to admit it or not, we are, in fact, talking of a solution to a problem that they have caused for decades. It is very simple. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I hate this fucking guy. I hate this fucking guy. I hate the fact that our president is a fucking clown. Iran... Oman seems like a good middleman. Oman isn't a good middleman because Oman, no country is ever a good middleman if they're in the geopolitical region of the conflict. Pakistan is not a good middleman for the United States and Iran because Pakistan is in the geopolitical region. Ireland would be a great middleman for Iran and Oman because Ireland doesn't give a shit. We don't have a dog in the fight. We don't fucking care. Like, Ireland should be the plug and place for the Middle East. Fucking Ireland should be the place for Asia. Should just have the negotiations on Iceland or something. Actually, what Denmark should do is they should rename Greenland to Epstein Island, and then Trump will never talk about it again. Oman is hosting, I thought, not being the mediator. They are the mediator. The host country is normally the mediator. The host country normally becomes the mediator. Sometimes you get these weird fucking things where one country is hosting and another country is the mediator, but Oman is trying to middle of the road this shit. Here's the problem. What was the clear-cut military objective when Donald Trump started this war with Iran? What was the clear-cut military objective? We didn't have one. Because at the time, there was no military need to strike Iran. They're developing a nuclear weapon. No, they haven't been since we bombed them last year. We know they're enriching uranium. Yep. Unfortunately, yes, it is a fact that they have kilograms and kilograms of uranium enriched past 20%. Sure. But they don't even have the capacity to enrich it to weapons grade to a level that the rest of the world calls weapons grade. Once it's enriched at all, it's weapons grade. If we're just being fucking honest, it's weapons grade. Weapons grade in the same way that a 22 is a bullet, and a 22 could still kill you. But if you're 10 football fields away from me, I'm not afraid of you having a 22. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a level of threat, there's a level of danger. Yeah, they have 60% enriched uranium. It's 40% more than they need for the best reactors. Sure, no problem. If that's your reason for striking them, then at least say that is your reason for striking them. Do we know if the Kurds really did steal weapons that were bound for Iran? I think he was expecting the people to rise up, but that didn't happen. We armed the Kurdish. We gave them weapons in the hopes that they would invade Iran. Apparently, he didn't read the Iran-Contra, Iraq-Iran-Contra rebels. He didn't read all that. You can't arm people and ask them to do something you want. You just arm people and hope that what they do is in more alignment than what you currently have. The Kurds want their own country. But where do you form that country out of? They'll invade Iran, they'll take a part of Iran, they'll call it theirs, they'll leave the rest for the rest of the world to mess with. The problem is Donald Trump oversold the civic disobedience that was happening in Iran. Iran was not at the precipice of a revolution. And it's kind of like the box theory. So you take a box of people, right? And then you say 20% of the country is against the leadership. Well, that still leaves 80% that are either ambivalent towards or in support of the leadership. But then you kill the Ayatollah. Well, the problem is 50% of the people, right? They were against the civic side of the government, but they still want to live in a theocracy. So now what you did is you immediately alienated 50% of the people that were protesting. We as Americans, we as the Western world, don't like theocracies. Except the Vatican. Except the Holy See. No one has a problem with the Holy See being a theocracy. And then Trump begins bombing civilian infrastructure like bridges. Right. You bomb a bridge, take a bridge out of commission that, yes, in theory, could have been used to move military hardware. But it's not like they had an abundance of military hardware that needed to cross that bridge. But you blew up a bridge that changed people's potential commutes from 10 minutes to 70 minutes. I think Iranians were, but it only lasted about a week or two, and we missed the window. It's also when the IRGC executes some 80,000 dissidents in the public square, the resistance dies down real fast. Well, right. The Iranians were never at the point of tipping. They never were. They never were at the point of tipping. Because when you're at the point of tipping, it's like I hear people say this shit. And they say, well, one man with a gun can control a room full of people. No, one man with a gun can control a room of scared people. One man with a gun can control a room of, cowardly people. Guy's got an AK-47, 30-round magazine, 60 guys in the room. If one man with an AK-47 controls 60 guys, it's not the AK-47 that's controlling the room. It's the fear. You rush them from four sides. 60 of you. Just mollywop dogpile on him. 30 of you might die. Another 15 of you might be wounded as the bullet passes through the first man and hits the second man. That still leaves 15 guys to beat the shit out of the guy with the gun while he tries to reload. Okay? Now, if we can't just talk about it, takes a certain level of bravery to be the first guy or girl, woman, to stare down the barrel of a gun. But it's not the threat. It's not the immediate threat. The threat becomes this guy with a gun can control you because if you do anything, we might not be able to hold on to the country, but I promise you on our way out of the country, we're going to kill your family, burn them down, bag the ashes. That's the fear. It's not my immediate, I could attack you, I could die. It's not that fear. It's that fear of, well, if we don't win and I get identified, then I put my family in harm's way. That's the level of control. 10 to 20% of the population can topple the leadership if the other 80 to 90% are indifferent, was basically what happened in the communist revolution in China. Right. If 10 to 20% of the population is indifferent or is motivated, and let's say 20% is motivated, that leaves 80%. If 60 or 70% of the remaining 80% are ambivalent, then yeah, 20% can overtake 10%. But the problem is revolutions very, very rarely result in progress. Revolutions result in happy to glad. It's just a different asshole who's in charge. In the movie The Patriot with Mel Gibson, you're asking me to exchange a tyrant 1,000 miles away for 1,000 tyrants here at home. Like, the line is that anybody can become a tyrant. Shit, the U.S. Congress is tyranny. Jennifer Lawrence's political thing that she did is very brilliant. She talks about 100% of the U.S. population could be for something, and Congress won't do it. 0% of the population could be for something, and Congress will still do it. That's fucking tyranny. That is a tyrannical government because they're not exercising the will of the people. I had an article that talked about how many people 4 million people coming off SNAP benefits. Now, 4 million people coming off of SNAP benefits would be really, really good, right? If we could get 4 million people off of SNAP benefits, I would say that's a win. If what happened was, this was the line, and this is where you have to be plotted in order to get SNAP benefits, and if we got 4 million people above that line, cool. Then we've improved the quality of life of 4 million people. We've increased the economy. We've made things better. We've reduced taxes. We've figured out universal basic income. We've figured out universal health care. But if your way to get 4 million people off of SNAP is, here was the line yesterday, and here's the line today, and now all of a sudden these 4 million people are off SNAP, well, that's not a fucking win. That's, you literally just condemned a bunch of people to food scarcity. The question is, how many of those people will actually starve and how many are taking advantage? So that's a great question. And it's a question that we need to dig into. When systems are designed to address and help and promote and uplift the needy, you automatically are going to have a level of fraud. Like, I saw this firsthand. This isn't like questionable. This is firsthand. I used to help the school with the lunch applications because I had nothing to do for a couple of hours of my day except sit at a desk, and we didn't get a lot of visitors between like 11 and 1 because the deans were at lunch supervision. None of the department heads had open times. The teachers didn't have open periods. There you go. So I used to do the free lunch applications. A number of people, a number of moms submitted only their income. And I would circle it. And I would say, you have 5 kids enrolled in this school. Your total income is this. Where's dad? I got told you can't ask that question. It's racially insensitive. I said, bullshit. Where's dad? Because if dad's alive, where's the child support? If dad's in prison, then these kids become eligible for other financial aid. If dad's dead, your income should be higher, because if dad's dead, your kids are receiving Social Security, and you need to annotate that. Because your household income includes your children's Social Security, because that money is designed to take care of the kids. So I circled a bunch and I sent it back to people. The administration is like, oh my God, you're going to offend people. I was like, cool. Then they can either answer the questions honestly, or they can pay for their kids' fucking lunch. What if they are deadbeat dads? Then that's what you put. Then what you put on the form is not leave the child support question blank. Are you supposed to be receiving child support? I've never heard of children receiving Social Security benefits for a deceased father. They do. If a parent dies before a child reaches the age of 18, the children get the Social Security benefits. It's paid to the parent for the care, raising, and rearing of the children. My two daughters, their biological father died. And at one junction, our lawyer advised me not to adopt Stripper, codenamed Stripper, because if I adopted her, she would no longer get that Social Security benefit. So what I said to my daughter is like, hey, let me get one more promotion and then I'll adopt you. Because suddenly losing that money was going to be fucking painful. Also, how many of those 4 million are permanently kicked off and how many need to reapply? If I remember correctly, not all those being removed are being banned from Snap. It's just reapplication of Snap due to discrepancies in the original application or haven't updated their application in a long time. The problem with that is you should not force people to reapply. You should flag them for audit. Kicking them off means they don't get a check for this month. What people don't realize, when you're already in food scarcity, suddenly losing your food stamps is a monumental overtaking. But anyway, let me finish up the other story. So anyway, I help the school and I do these lunch forms and I make sure they're complete. Now, in my opinion, it's real fucking simple, right? If you're given a form with 10 questions, you owe me 10 answers. If you don't give me 10 fucking answers, then I just return it to you and I say, this isn't complete. Right? Easy peasy. I was called a racist because I was called a racist because I wasn't sympathetic to people that wouldn't be able to figure out a 10-question form. I said, look, you're poor, I'm poor, we're both poor. This is when we were reliving the poor years. I said, it's 10 questions. You're deliberately not answering it. You're deliberately up here causing a fuss, making a scene. You want to call me a fucking racist? Call me a racist. But call me a racist and then fill out your fucking remaining 4 questions. So it got to the point where the school's like, we're just going to carte blanche. If people ask for free aid, we're going to give it to them. It's not our money anyway. It's federal money. As long as they fill out some part of the application, we'll grant it. I watched a family of 5. 5 kids get out. I'm sorry, family of 7. Dad is there. Dad is driving the fucking Escalade. Mom's in the front seat. 5 kids get out. They all have iPhones. They all have on LeBrons or Jordans or fucking expensive ass Air Force Ones. They all have Gucci shit. The kids talked, and after a couple of weeks, that was their bio dad. The mom and the bio dad had never gotten married. No, the mom and the bio dad have specifically never gotten married. Because then she can claim, I am not due to receive child support. Because she's never taken him to court to get a child support award. She lives in fucking poverty, but he takes care of her. She's not poor, but her financial situation is living in poverty. He lives in the house that her government assistance pays for. The kids get free lunch because she has no income. Saying it's racist is implying that only certain races have that situation. Well, saying it's racist because I was a white man in a predominantly black school district denying people because their forms were incomplete. But then you watch this shit and you're like, this is what needs to be audited. This like, that's why I said the question of where is dad? Is dad dead? Social security number needs to be improved. Is dad in prison? Cool. The fucking advancement of the children of incarcerated offenders bullshit scholarship fund. Dad's alive. Cool. What we're gonna do is dad's alive and he's not paying you child support. We're gonna link you up with the social worker so you can go after dad for child support. Well, she doesn't want that. Doesn't want that. No, they think racism is when I'm a white guy in a black school district and I'm doing paperwork. Then they label it as racist. Doesn't have to do with anybody else around there. It just has to do in this situation. I was making people fill out all 10 questions. A lot of black people don't believe in marriage. A lot of white people don't believe in marriage. A lot of people don't believe in marriage. We need to do a better job auditing. Now, what takes longer, a reapplication or an audit of the account? A reapplication takes longer. Because remember, when you reapply for something, you have to gather all your organic source documents again. You have to wait in the queue until somebody comes along and says, I have time to review your source documents, but in that time period, you're not getting any benefits. As opposed to an audit where I tag you on the first of the month and I say, if you don't do this shit by the end of the month, you're going to lose your benefits for next month. That creates the same end result, but it doesn't punish the fucking person in poverty. It seems like a very small thing, but I don't want to make hungry people. I don't want hungry people who are trying to feed their families suddenly be trying to ice skate uphill because of the problems we've put in their way. I think that we need to take the best parts of socialism and adopt them. And that doesn't mean giving everybody shit for free. It means getting bureaucratic roadblocks out of people's way. Basically the same as when the countries lower the poverty line to decrease the number of poor people in your country. Once the poverty line is established, in my world, just so you know, if you elect me king of the planet, king of America, we're not doing this. Once we establish the poverty line, the only time the poverty line will go down is if we accordion down the entire economy. It still amazes me that Bernie Sanders and all the socialist Democrats will say, we need a living wage of $31,200 a year. Cool, then accomplish that by making the first $31,200 a year completely tax-free. You don't pay Social Security on it, you don't pay FICA, you don't pay FUTA, you don't pay state tax, federal tax, none, nothing, zero. The first $31,200 a year is completely tax-free. But for everybody. Oh, that won't work because that'll bankrupt Social Security. Okay. Then let's look at getting the cost of Social Security down. What do we have to do to get all the fraud, waste, and abuse off of Social Security? Social Security has a deal where if you're disabled, you can attempt to go back to work. And you have like 18 months where you can earn up to what you can earn up to your Social Security benefits and then not run into problems. Can I just say that this is the stupidest fucking idea that I've ever heard of? This falls into the same idea where Boeing wanted to give me a job for $150,000 a year. And I told Boeing, I said, look, I can't reliably work for you. I said, I don't have the ability to reliably work. You see me, I have appointments. I sometimes have to cancel streams. I'm only here for 4 hours every couple of days. I was doing 5 days a week. I've had to cut down to 3 days a week. I can't reliably work. And they're like, well, yeah, but it's $150,000. We'll go up to $175,000. I make 96 on my pension to stay at home. You want me to do a $150,000 a year job for $54,000? Doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make sense rechanging my meds to be on a med cocktail that allows me to go into society more to function. I've had to hire professionals to take care of a lot of my daughter's paperwork, because I can't communicate with organizations because it pisses me off. It's like, we sent that in. Well, we never received it. I have the fax confirmation. Well, I don't know where it is. Do you have an email I can send it to? No, you need to fax it in. Motherfucker, it is the year 2026 and your organization is still up. Can I bring it in? Yeah, our first appointment for a document drop-off is in September. What? What the fuck? Are you telling me that a fucking benefits office has appointments just to drop documents off because your fucking fax machine, people lose shit? And if you've never worked in like a big organization, let me tell you how common it is for faxes to go missing. So, like, you get this fucking fax come in, right? And this is all your shit on the fax machine. And this piece of paper has nothing to do with your fax. It's a one sheet fax because the dumbass didn't put a cover letter on it. And so what I do is I go to the top, I pull everything on the fax machine off, I see my cover sheet, and I scroll through, and I don't see another cover sheet, so I walk off with it. Now, I get whatever it is I need halfway through the packet. I'm scanning through the packet because I needed something. Here it is, I found what I needed. I take all that paperwork, I throw it in a paper file, I file it. Your application benefits are now in the back of somebody else's file that may not get reviewed for 3 fucking years. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking. I called my daughter's attorney last Friday and I said, hey, I'm being a responsible person. I'm just closing the loop. I want to know who has the monkey. If you can call me back. The lady's cracking up on the phone and she's like, could you please explain what you mean by who has the monkey? I was like, you've never read the Who Has the Monkey Time magazine article? And she's like, no. I said, what's your email address? I'll email it to you because you should give this to all of your clients. If you want to manage your legal clients' expectations, you should make them read the Who's Got the Monkey article because people mess this up all the time. Here's you. Here's your attorney. When your attorney sends a request for information to you, right, and we're gonna love our monkey, here's the monkey on your back now. I sent it to you. I don't have follow-up reminders. I confirm with you that you received my email. Did you receive my email? Yes. Cool. I don't have any follow-up documents in my folder because I've given you the monkey. When you fill out the damn paperwork, what you're actually doing is you're throwing the monkey back at me. I got this article as a very young staff sergeant, and I'd read it in business school for the semester and a half that I was a business major. That shit didn't work. Didn't like that idea. Monkeys should be shot or fed immediately. I told you the story. I worked in the command building. I walked in and I used to have people meet me at the front door, and I told them no. This is not how I work. I said, I'm going to walk in, I'm going to set my stuff down at my desk, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to get out a pad, a paper, and a pen, and there should be a line outside my door of the early morning thing so I can keep note. The people tell me, oh, well, the previous flight commander. I said, I'm not the previous flight commander, and I was brought over here because this flight runs like shit. The previous flight commander came to me because people went to her and said, you do things radically different than I do. I said, yeah, because I'm not the guy that fucks shit up. The other analogy I see is the ball's in your court. Right. People, after 3 weeks of me being the new flight commander, they were really, really happy because shit was getting quick turned. Shit was getting quick turned, and a lot of it was people would walk in with a routing sheet. Hey, LT, can I just give this to you? Hold up, what is this? Yeah, I approve, concur, route it to the next person. They'd say, well, it's your job to route it to the next person. You're right. Do you see that over there? That's my inbox. I've signed it for you. You can hand walk it to the next person, or it's going to go over there, and it might go out of my office in a day or two. If you want me to take it, I am not trying to dodge my responsibility. But you own this. Like one girl, she came to me and she said, I have an emergency rush to get into OTS. I said, okay. She's like, situation came up. If I'm admitted to OTS, but I got to clear the base in 1 day. Okay. She's like, if I'm not there, I have to wait almost a year to go because my tech school is changing, so it's not going to have students for 9 months. The Air Force is really, really against commissioning people that can't go to follow-on training within the first year. I said, okay, no problem. I pulled my CAC out of my computer. I looked at my superintendent. I said, I'm out of pocket. What are you doing? I'm hand walking this girl through everywhere she needs to go. Throughout the day, I just started, we were like the centipede, right? First place I went to the first sergeant, said, hey, first shirt, I'm gonna need you on my 6. We gotta get this girl off the base in 1 day. He's like, I'm with you, LT, let's fuck shit up. He was a great guy, I loved him. He was a former cop. He's like, let's go fuck up people's days. I'm like, let's do that. We're just going along. Pretty soon we got like 8 people in line because there's not going to be any of this bullshit of, well, sign this and then bring it back to me. Nope, you come with me. We're all going to go. We're going to go to the office. You're going to sign, then you're going to sign, then we're done. We got off the post in 1 day. 1 day. That's what happens when you give a shit. When you give a shit. So it looks like it's not an instant 4 million being kicked off. It looks like there's 4 million at risk of being kicked off under the enforcement of the able-bodied adults without dependents provision for SNAP that were changed. Yeah, the problem is that that's bullshit because you're kicking them off. I'll have to dig more into it. I thought that they were ineligible and they had to reapply. That was my read of it. I could be wrong. If I was king of the world, instead of food stamps, poor people would get 1 food box a week of spinach, broccoli, apples, bananas, blueberries, eggs, and potatoes. Your problem there is it's a good first attempt, but you didn't give the people enough protein. You actually need protein to survive. If what you've given the people is not enough to sustain life. It would be enough to sustain life if you gave them grain of some other than potatoes, because potatoes aren't grain, they're a tuber. If you gave them bread, yeah, and chicken. If you gave them bread and chicken, I'd probably be okay with that. I'm a big fan of giving people what they need, not give people money. Because as it is right now, it happens all the time. People sell people sell their food stamps for cash for 25 to 50 cents on the dollar. They get given lists. Go get the shit on this list. They buy all the shit on the list. They come back. I give you $50. You give me $110 in groceries, $100 in groceries. It's bullshit. I cannot remember if you covered this already, but what do you think about the guy that was charged with a felony for wiping his phone data? If it's one of the cases that I've heard about, the moment you are charged with a crime, Okay, we're going to do a little law here. The moment you are charged with a crime, you can destroy nothing. You can delete nothing. You have an obligation to preserve everything. Now, that does not mean you need to turn over any evidence against you. Black letter law says you do not need to turn over anything against you. The problem is, if you start destroying stuff, then that's a crime in and of itself. Now, some people say, what about destroying evidence before I'm charged with a crime? Okay. Well, then they're going to do the reasonable person standard. Would a reasonable person have assumed that they had committed a crime? Now, well, yeah, the cover-up is what's worse than the crime. Now, for example, I had a situation where Social Security asked me a question about my daughter's finances. And I said, I have no fucking idea, because you're asking me a question from more than 6.5 years ago. And they said, but we have every right to ask. And I said, no, you don't, because the statute of limitations on my fiduciary duties is codified in the law. And it says I have to keep records for 6.5 years. They're like, yeah, you're asking me for records from 8 years ago. The last of the records was destroyed at the 6.5 year mark. They're like, well, you don't have any copies? And no. I'm like, I said, guys, I was a records custodian for the federal government. I follow the records requirements to the letter. Not only does it say I must retain these for 6.5 years, your own guidance says, and then should be subsequently destroyed after the period. So the 1st of January and the 1st of July every year is when I destroyed things. I batch destroyed them at every 6-month interval. But they were mad. They're like, well, you don't have them. But your own fucking rules don't require me to. And then luckily it went away because I had other records that helped my daughter with what she needed. When my daughter's biological father died, they were paying her 50% of her whole life. Her biological father was dead most of her life. They were paying her half of her biological father's Social Security. Well, what happened was, when her biological mom died, I went to the Social Security office and I said, hey, if you move her to her biological mother, she'll make more a month. And they said yes. I said, well, then move her to the biological mother. So they did. But then the other sister's amount got up because her amount was in half and half. The other sister, her biological mom, was still alive. So one was claiming off dad, one was claiming off their mom. They're half sisters. And Social Security years later was like, well, we need these records. So it's like, I fucking have them. This is the one where he gave them a kill code. Here's the problem with giving them a kill code at the border. When you come through customs immigration enforcement has the right to go through your electronic devices. If you're not aware of this, customs has the right to go through your electronic devices. It is not an often used it's not an often used thing that they do, but it's a thing that they certainly can do. Now, but Americans have the right to be secure in their papers. Yes, and we're not talking about Americans. We're talking about people on visas. Hold on one second. The damn air conditioner in here keeps going into humidifier mode. Like, dude, it's already humid as fuck. So, cops giving them advice on how they can charge the YouTuber is way out of line. Hold on, let's look it up. First of all, cops giving legal advice on how they can charge a guy is stupid anyway, because any cop that doesn't understand this, you don't charge anybody with a crime. Cops don't charge you with crimes. Cops, there's two routes. There is the, oh, this guy was a U.S. citizen. Let's dig into this in a second. There is an infraction, and you see it happen, and you place the person under arrest, and you take them to the station, and you then take the person and the offense to the courthouse, where the offense gets handed to the prosecutor. The prosecutor decides to charge or not, and then off you go. You are never taken to a judge for bail without a prosecutor being involved in the process. Now, the prosecutor may have been aware of it via phone call, via email, via fax, via carrier pigeon, via whatever. And the prosecutor may not be at court for your arraignment. They normally are, unless, break, a warrant has been issued for your arrest. If the cops pick you up on a warrant, they are absolutely not involved with your charging. They have already submitted a file against you. Investigators, detectives have already filed an investigation against you to the district attorney. The district attorney has presented it to the judge. An arrest warrant gets filled out in your name, and then they come and arrest you. And then they take you to the judge, and the prosecutor doesn't need to be there because the judge has already listened to the prosecutor and gotten and issued a warrant for you. People get really confused on this. All you got to do is watch an episode of Law and Order. To the police who investigate crimes and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. These are their stories. Bum bum. So now let's look at this guy. U.S. citizen faces felony charge for allegedly giving customs agent a code that erased his phone. Samuel Tunick of Atlanta was charged with obstruction after allegedly having his phone wiped when federal authorities seized it. The U.S. citizen is facing obstruction charge for allegedly giving customs agents a code that erased his phone. He was questioned by federal authorities at the Jackson airport after returning to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic, during which they seized his phone. The government was investigating him because of his association with an environmental movement called Defend the Atlanta Forest that opposed the building of Atlanta Police and Fire Training Center. U.S. Customs Border agents insisted that him give them the passcode, which he eventually did. The screen went blank, flashed several times, and the phone appeared to restart. He had used this OS system that can wipe a phone, argued that they could search his phone to determine whether he had child porn, which his lawyers called a pretext for a fishing expedition into his connections with Defend the Forest movement. Asked the court in a motion to suppress all unconstitutionally obtained statements claiming authorities didn't read him his Miranda rights. She argued that the evidence obtained for the phone or lack thereof should be suppressed as fruit of his unlawful interrogation. I don't really see how this one doesn't go where it'll be dismissed and then he can sue for all the wrongful shit that happened to him. I think where he may have gotten himself into trouble was the kill code that wiped the phone. We already know there's a lot of there is a lot of, yeah, he was better off not giving them the passcode at all and making customs guess the passcode. Except the problem is federal agencies can get into your cell phone without going into a lot of fucking nitty gritty technical details. They can get into your cell phone. If they can hack into your phone, then they're allowed to do that, which is why you shouldn't have biometrics enabled on your phone at all. You should not have hold it up to your face and it opens. Is it reasonable to assume he may have gotten the codes confused in a stressful situation? No, probably not. Federal agents would require a warrant to do. Let me look up one thing real quick. So this is where we got, this is where we get that there is a really, really big part that I don't like. ICE does not need warrants to perform basic manual searches of electronic devices. U.S. citizens cannot be denied entry into the country if they refuse to cooperate, though agents can temporarily seize the device for forensic extraction or cause significant travel delays. Non-citizens, permanent residents under certain conditions, and visa holders can be sent back to their country. The problem here is I don't like when... I know some people are going to say, well, don't you want them looking at people's phones when they come back from Thailand to make sure children aren't being exploited? No, I want children to not be exploited, yes, but I don't like trimming anything off the Constitution because I don't think there's any fat on the Constitution. I think the Constitution is all muscle. I am a member of the ACLU. I really am a big fan of my civil liberties, especially the first 10 amendments. I think there's a really big problem when we start to just be okay with giving the government authority over us, because you never know what they're looking for. You never know what their purpose is. You never know what the end goal is. And it becomes 1984. They find something on you, so they lean on you, and then you testify against somebody else. And what it is it's this really awkward thing where you can't really have an intellectual conversation about the unlawful thing. Is that I am not condoning people traveling to Thailand to have sex with kids. That's not what I'm doing. But what I'm saying is, if it's legal there, then the only way that you can control your population is by telling your population you can't go there. It means the phone is unlocked, the open agent... No, it doesn't mean that at all. It literally says that they can ask you for your passcode and they can take your phone. You don't ever have to give them the code, but it doesn't matter. Once they have your phone, you can get into most people's phones. Because some people are like, well, my phone automatically wipes itself if the wrong password's entered 10 times. Yeah, cool. They're not trying to actually get into your phone. They make a digital copy of your entire phone, including the lock, and then they run it through a password generator. Yeah, they clone it. They clone your phone in as many times as they need to crack the code. My problem is, it's like I've said, I have a zip-up Pendaflex. And the reason why I have a zip-up Pendaflex, the reason I have a zip-up Pendaflex is simple. According to the law, this is sealed. They can Terry frisk this to make sure there's not a gun or a knife in it, but this is a zippered Pendaflex. This is considered sealed. You don't want to walk around with something like this. This is considered unsealed. This is available for anybody to read because they could pick it up and read it. That requires an action to unzipper it, to which the police cannot do. Now, they could take a little sneak peek in it and say, there's no gun, there's no knife, but they can't read the documents. Why is that important? It's important because they're then going to have to testify to the contents of the evidence. Well, we found illegal payments too. Where'd you find them? Is your title rage bait? No, it's a fucking question. Is America and the world better off since Trump's second term? I don't even like the word rage bait. Like, we fucking have turned everything into, like, people are just waiting to be offended. Rage bait? You mean confrontational? You mean contentious? Like, you mean thought-provoking? When did thought-provoking become rage bait? We live in a fucking stupid society with all the stupid fucking words that it creates because everybody's waiting to be offended. Like, no offense, but do you know why Irish people get ahead in the world? Because Irish people aren't offended by anything except your bar running out of beer. Like, whatever. Move the fuck on. I think it's genetically coded into Irish people that they like to fucking work because they don't like to be bored. Just travel with your own school. Yeah, 54% of people can't read above the 6th grade level. That's the fucking problem. Like, and if you notice, nobody wants to grab hold of that. 63 to 66% of kids go to college. But 54% of them read at or below the 6th grade level, not to say who reads at 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. I thought Trump and better off is an oxymoron. Then I'm going to help you out. Go look up what an oxymoron is, because those aren't oxymoronical. Military intelligence. That's an oxymoron. I had about 15-20 minutes of downtime waiting on the container crew to finish the other task. Oh, nice. Your leader told you to do nothing today. I hate being told that. They threw out the search in the McDonald's found, but allowed the dairy because they went through it at the jail. It was a joke. Chill. Well, let me help you out. First of all, you came in, accused me of rage bait. Second of all, you don't know what the word oxymoron means. And when somebody gets called out that they didn't know what a word meant, it was joke. Chill. Okay? It wasn't a joke because jokes are funny. If you need to explain it, it wasn't funny, and it wasn't funny in the first place. If you don't like being called out for saying stupid shit, the solution to that is really simple. Don't say stupid shit, and then nobody will have to call you out for it. If you didn't know what the word oxymoronical means, go look it up. If you don't know what an oxymoron is, go look it up. Oxymoron means two words with opposite meanings. What's the rest of it? Come on. You want to try to be right. Come on, you only got about half of it. What's the rest? An oxymoron is a figure of speech that puts two opposite words together. Two opposite words together. Not two words with opposite meanings. It's two opposite words together. Jumbo shrimp, bittersweet, original copy. It can't be an original copy. Is it the original or is it a copy? There's no such thing as an original copy. There's an original version. It's like the problem is we have lowered the bar so low in society that people are allowed to run around, present their ignorance, and then when their ignorance gets called out, you're wrong for telling people you use that word incorrectly. How the fuck do you think society got so bad? Society got bad for this reason. If the first copy made isn't the first copy, isn't that copy the original copy? Yes, the original copy is the first copy. The original draft of something is the manuscript. The original copy is the first copy. But used in context, original copy, people are talking about the original. It's not a copy of anything. And so, how many copies of this were made? One. Then why do I have two? Well, because one's the original. So there's three? No, there's two. So this is the original copy, and this is the original. Fucking words have meaning. You get called a grammar Nazi. I used to get told all the time that you focus on the details. Yeah, because the fucking details are what matter. The devil's in the details. If you're not worried about the details, you're not worried about shit. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. No, I don't have the first fucking clues to what you're trying to say because we both are using English words, but I'm using them correctly, and I have no idea how the fuck you're using them. And somehow that makes me the bad guy. Like, I took the time to get educated. I took the time to carry a little notebook around for years and write down words I didn't know. I call people out when they're wrong, and that makes me the asshole. Look, motherfucker, I'm not the ignorant motherfucker who doesn't know how to use the words. If I use a word incorrectly, I write it down, I get the dictionary, I look it up, I learn how to use the word correctly. We have fallen so far in this society, in the Western world, because teachers can't correct students anymore, because then the parents are coming up and saying, why are you making little Jimmy or little Susie feel stupid? Because they are fucking stupid. We are in 6th grade and they have a 3rd grade vocabulary. They have a 3rd grade vernacular. Their sentence and structure is terrible. We don't teach diagramming in most English classes anymore. We don't teach diagramming. It's too hard. It's too hard. It's an antiquated skill. We don't need it. That's why you have fucking kids putting together sentences that are incorrect. We are a subject, verb, object language. English is a subject, verb, object language. Look, if you can't speak in English, you're just gone. If you can't speak in fucking English, my channel is marked English. I don't know what the fuck jibba jabba you just put in my chat, but you're obviously now upset because I called you out. No, that's not English. I'm gonna stop you. That's not fucking English. If you choose to be an asshole, made from the word, okay. Have you heard bit, boo, hurry theory? Look, you ignorant, illiterate fuck. How many fucking typos? Yeah, I literally just said diagramming made people think of geometry and sentence structure. Look here, man. Spelled wrong. Spelled wrong. Spelled wrong. Spelled wrong. How the fuck am I supposed to muddle through your mushmouth fucking shit if you have 3 of the first 4 words spelt wrong? Are you fucking allergic to vowels? Because if you are, I can just be rid of you. You got 2 choices. You can be here and you can try to your very best, or you can speak in Ruggish. The interesting thing here is that there's no power struggle here. There's no power sharing dynamic here. If I don't want to read your fucking childish bullshit, I just get rid of you. You don't, it's just internet slang. HV implies have you. No, it doesn't. Now you're just an ignorant fuck. Now you're just an ignorant fuck. HV implies have you. Okay, here's why I know you're trolling now. Then why, if HV is have you, now stop. Sometimes people act a fucking clown. Okay, ready? I don't speak internet slang. I'm gonna help you out. Okay, let me help you out. Apparently you're too dumb for this. I gotta break it down for you. Some people gotta be stupid. You see this right here? This says fucking English. Is my channel cited and I speak stupid? Because that's what you're saying to me. What you're saying to me right now is you speak stupid. I don't have an English to stupid dictionary available. So do you want to be an adult and do you want to communicate in written text? Or do you just not want to be here? Because I am cool with either fucking option. I hate it when people use slang excuse. It doesn't take that long to type out the words, especially when we're attached to keyboards. Right. What it is this individual got upset and pissy because they didn't know the meaning of a word. They tried to be funny and it fell flat. They didn't like that they got corrected. Now they want to act like a clown because they want all the class's attention. In traditional educational models, we are taught to ignore the clown. Me, I load up the double barrel shotgun and I go both barrels on the fucking class clown because you know what? Either they'll fuck off and go away or they'll actually, I don't know, man, you really need help. What do I need help with? Because you are not in a position in any part of socioeconomic status to make a determination that I need help. You're a fucking moron who came into the chat, acted like a moron, got called a moron, got upset you got called a moron, and then you decided to double down on being ignorant and uneducated, which is really impressive because ignorant means uneducated. But you are embracing your online personality as your entire identity. God of Ping, you are literally the walking, talking example of why some people should have been swallowed at conception. You didn't like the fact that you used the phrase wrong. I corrected you, and then you kept doubling down. You're an ignorant fuck because you can only communicate in internet slang. You're upset that I called you stupid because you're stupid. I have a fucking degree. It lets me know who is stupid and who is not stupid. I stole that joke from Carlos Mencia, but he steals that joke from everybody else. This is why I support limited voting permissions. This right here is very much why I now support limited voting permissions. God of Ping is the walking, talking example of we cannot have a functional society if 54% of the people are too stupid to know what's going on and to have a say and to have a voice. They need to be handled. They need to be handled. We need to bring back factories. We need to bring back coal mines. We need to bring back forestry operations. And I don't care if we need the coal or need the forest, need the wood. I don't give a fuck if we need any of that. IQ tests for voting would make the world a better place. Not IQ testing. Not IQ testing. IQ testing is only determined to see people's teachability. What we need to have is a civics test. We need to have Americans need to take the same citizenship test that immigrants do. And when we issue that citizen test to the first 10 million Americans and 7.5 million Americans fail the citizenship test, maybe that will be what we fucking need to change school. To change schools. To improve schools. I don't believe... So we take 340 million Americans, right? We take off 50 million for lawful immigrants. We take off 12 million for illegal immigrants. There's 278 million Americans left. We divide this number by 4. So somewhere in the neighborhood of 69.5 fathers, 69.5 mothers, 139. Close enough. I was hoping it would get to about 111. We'll take 139. I think that if 139 million people were given a citizenship test, I think maybe in America, we would be lucky if we got this many qualified voters. I think of all the people in America, if we gave them all the citizenship test right now, we would get about 20,850,000 people that could pass a constitution test. You know what the really scary fucking part is? I would bet you more than half of Congress and 3/4 of Trump's administration would fail a constitution test. There should be a test on what the candidates' policies are so you can be an informed voter. Yes. Yes. It should ask you 3 questions, and it should ask you 3 questions about the role that office fills. It should ask you your maybe 5 questions. What's your stance on education, immigration, healthcare, taxes, whatever? You answer the 5 questions, and then it casts your vote for the candidate. But the sad part is, these candidates say whatever the fuck they want to say to get elected. The candidates change their policy positions all the time, though. I think it should be a federal crime, and I mean this sincerely. If you say while campaigning, I will not vote for any raised taxes, it should be a federal crime for you then to vote to raise taxes. Because the people voted for you, but they voted for the position you said you would take. What did Trump say now? President Trump unleashes oil production on the West Coast with Defense Production Act. Signed an executive order enabling the Department of Energy to use the Defense Production Act to restart the Sable pipeline. 50,000 barrels of oil per day, increasing offshore oil production in California by 550%. The pipeline will unleash 20 million barrels of oil equivalent per year to meet the urgent Department of War needs to supply 50 military installations on the West Coast. This guy is so full of fucking shit. This is so full of shit. The Department of War The Department of War this hurts my brain. So, this is going to be a whole lot of acronym and a whole lot of office jargon. The Defense Logistics Agency has a division called the Defense Logistics Agency-E for Energy. DLA works under the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment through the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Sustainment. We do not need to change how it works because there are not 50 military installations anywhere in the fucking country that do not have their next 2 quarters of of petroleum products mapped and scanned and laid out. The military is never getting close to the first of the month saying, we don't know where our oil is going to come from. They already knew. They knew 6 months ago. They knew 2 fiscal quarters ago. They don't wait till the last minute to solve these problems. They solved their problems 180 days ago. Wales is working to become the first country to make deliberate political deception illegal. Good luck to Wales on that. But the problem with political deception is that honest politician, now that's an oxymoron. Politicians lie all the time. Politicians lie to get elected. Politics is not neat and clean. Now it could be. Politics could be neat and clean. You don't have to horse trade votes. Everybody could vote the issues on their merits. It's because people don't like hearing the truth, like the guy that was here acting like a moron, so I called him a moron. He didn't like being called a moron. That's okay. If you don't want to be called a moron, guess what? Don't be a fucking moron. Don't act like a moron. Real talk. If you want to be treated with respect, be respectful. I am inherently disrespectful to those who are not worthy of respect. You notice I don't jump down everybody's throat. I have lots of civil conversations. I have whole shows where the whole show stays civil. But what I don't like is this Twitch channel is the equivalent of my living room that I invite you all in to talk. If you walk in naked, swinging your wang, showing everybody your ass, I'm going to be like, hey man, get the fuck out my house, go put some pants on. And that's the problem. I think that if we had 3 months of accountability to the shit you say online, the amount of shit people say online would go down. If you needed to attach, you could keep your screen name, you can keep your handle, you can keep your online identity. But if in order to get on a platform, you had to give them a copy of your ID, people would fucking not be such assholes because then you'd be tied to it. Being so blunt probably impacts your viewership. It absolutely impacts my viewership, 100%. But it's also why I come back. Absolutely. I would rather have a community of 100 people in the hopes that those 100 people influence 3 people, because then we see some small ripple of change. Now, if I was money motivated, I would want Asmongold level money. I'd love to have Asmongold level money because I would be doing shit all the time for the improvement of society. But I don't want Asmongold level money if I have to have the fucking unwashed masses that say the vile shit that his do in his chat. I am perfectly comfortable myself. All the money from this show goes to PG and music or to charity. This doesn't enrich me. I just got some shit I want to say. How would you feel about politicians needing to take a solemn declaration oath prior to speaking to the media? I think that it would be interesting if everything it would be nice if every statement from a politician was a sworn statement. If politicians were considered to be on the record 100% of the time, under oath 100% of the time, then I think that would be the ideal world. I don't think that you should have the right to just straight bullshit some nonsense in between. Yeah, but the problem is they'd never vote for this to be law. Right. I'm going to take a real quick break to grab a soda, and then I'm going to talk about why we're never going to have improvement if we don't have a constitutional rewrite. Be right back. Alrighty, so 238 years ago, give or take, we signed the Constitution. And to be honest, the U.S. Constitution is one of the best political documents in the history of civilization. Something like 180 countries wrote some or all of their constitution modeled against the U.S. Constitution. Some countries have multiple documents. That's why you're like, holy shit, 180. Yeah, some of them went through several drafts. The problem with the U.S. Constitution is that it's inherently flawed. And it's inherently flawed because it becomes... Our entire system is based on... that the population will get smarter. The population would get smarter. That's why the Constitution was written in a way with an amendment possibility. Madison and Jefferson and other individuals, the contemporary thinkers at the time, they argued back and forth on whether or not certain things should be in the Bill of Rights or certain things shouldn't. One concern of putting too many things in the Bill of Rights would say if you put too many freedoms in the Bill of Rights, it's going to infer that only those freedoms are protected. The Founding Fathers expected that the president would remain relatively law-abiding. Yes, they did. They expected the president would remain law-abiding. That's what they expected. They put in a provision to ensure it, but they expected it. They definitely didn't expect someone like Donald Trump to take over. Like, for example, let's not use Donald Trump because some people, their identity is attached to MAGA. Their identity and their ideologies are interlinked. Bill Clinton became president. Bill Clinton started using a line item veto. The Constitution doesn't give him that authority, but the Constitution of Arkansas does. So he said, I'm going to use the line item veto. Do I think the line item veto is a great thing? Yes, the fuck I do. Yes, the fuck I do. I think the line item veto is great. The line item veto is the perfect complement to convoluted bills that interlink things that don't have anything to do with each other. For example, we're going to call it the steampunk block. I managed to get 8 senators and 8 senators and 40, we'll just say 40 members of the House, all under my new steampunk party. I'm now a power block because I drew seats from both the Democrats and the Republicans in both the Senate and the House. Now, we have more power in the Senate because we control 8 votes. We control 8% of the votes, We only have 40 seats in the House, so the parties might be able to work around us, but it's going to be really hard to work around us in the Senate. They're going to have to reach almost a consensus to pass things over the filibuster. Okay. The problem is, I'm not allowing anything to get done because we're not voting the way you want us to. We're striking down everything. So then somebody comes to me and they say, we need to get this funding bill passed. Cool. I want $5 billion included for this state to have steampunk industry research. We don't want to do that. Then I'm not gonna sign your fucking bill. Shut the whole government down. I don't care. Because my constituents are going to re-elect us because we're doing exactly what we said. So you include this $5 billion provision into the budget, and you get 8 senator votes and 40 representative votes, and you finally can overcome the hurdle. That's bullshit. A small minority party added $5 billion worth of waste into a funding bill. I think the line item veto in this case is good. President says, no, I'm striking this out of the budget. I think that indicates we need a rewrite of that part of the Constitution. You know what would solve so much of the Constitution's or so much of Congress's problem? If every bill had to be a clean bill. Foreign affairs, cool. What are we talking about? Ukraine, Israel, hold on. Foreign affairs, one bill for Ukraine, one bill for Israel, one bill for saving the yen, one bill for saving the peso, one bill for supporting naked topless beaches in Cancun, whatever the fuck you're doing. Then each bill has to be voted on. I also think the way you do that is each bill has to be voted on, but you shotgun vote 5 bills at a time. That way there's no backstabbing, there's no horse trading, there's no nothing. We're going to vote on Ukraine, Israel, the yen, the peso, and topless beaches. Because there is no going to be, you and I make a deal, we have a gentleman's agreement, then I see you don't vote my way in the first bill, so I don't vote your way in the second bill. Well, then our fucking government grinds to a halt again. We're gonna vote. But then we're going to be able to see everybody's vote. It's like the fucking game that Kennedy used to play, Diplomacy, with Kissinger in the White House. It's a game about trust. You make moves and hope that, like, hey man, I'm going to invade France and I need you to invade France. And we're going to put in our actions. I invade France. You don't show up. I might have been taken out of the game there. If every bill had to be a single issue bill, there'd be no reason for any bill to exceed 10 pages. There'd be a reason for some bills to exceed 10 pages, but the big part of it shouldn't have to be. The majority, new bills might have to be more than 10 pages if you're putting in oversight standards, whatever, and you want those codified by federal law, which I think is a good thing to do. Because you don't want to create an organization that then has the freedom to set their own standards. Like, for example, one of the things that I think is stupid in the United States military is that we have different PT tests for each branch of service. Each branch of service can modify and tweak their PT standards as needed. Okay, so I'm not saying that everybody should have to meet the Marine standard, but I'm saying the Air Force standard to the Marine standard are radically different. Implement the swim test for the UCI. I got bad news for you. Most of us would pass. Not a big deal. Generally, physically fit people can pass a swim test. The reason why we don't do a swim test, we don't have enough pool space. I think the swim test is an outstanding alternative to the run. Oh, my problem here. It would be funny though. No, it wouldn't be funny because we don't need to swim. That's why the Navy has a swim test. Because if the boat sinks, you got to be able to fucking swim. That would be like saying that everybody in the Air Force should have to know how to jump out of an airplane. Guess what? There's no fucking parachutes on board, son. This shit's going down. This shit's going down. Military should have baseline standard across all branches, and the branches can require standards that exceed those baselines. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. And that should be codified by law. This is what the minimum PT standard, but the requirement to swim seems to discriminate against the obese. Is that okay? I got bad news for you. The entire military standard discriminates against the obese. You can't be obese in the military. That's the fucking point. So, yeah, I think it's okay to, I think it is absolutely okay to discriminate against the fat and the lazy on a military PT test. I also think that we already know that the military is highly discriminatory. If you are under a certain height or over a certain height, you can't do certain jobs. Why? Because you don't fucking fit. 7'1" dude wants to join the military. Yep, I want to be a pilot. A cargo plane pilot. I want to fly fighters. You don't fit, bitch. You don't fit. Yeah, it's training to be a sniper discriminates against the blind. Right, exactly. The problem we have, people of color in the LGBT Disney seem disproportionately impacted by those requirements. Okay, what the fuck are you on about? Are you an AI bot? What the fuck does LGBTQ Disney Plus? First of all, the fuck does that have to do with anything? Second of all, we're talking about the military fucking standard. What the fuck are you on about? Like, what the fuck are you on about? There's a fucking standard. If you don't meet that standard, you don't pass your PT test. You don't pass your PT test 4 times in the Air Force, you're not in the Air Force anymore. They capped subservice at 6'8". 6'8", the knee knockers are a real fucking bitch. Yeah, I mean, you're too tall to be on a sub. That's okay. You can still be in the Navy. But can't we lower the standards like we do in the universities? Okay. No. How about this? Ready? My belief is that all the standards need to go up in every category across the board. And the reason why I feel that the standard needs to go up in every category across the board in life is because if you raise the standard and people fall short, most of them will fall short just below the standard. If you fail out from the PT test, do you get a dishonorable? No, the only way you can get a dishonorable discharge is if you do something that brings dishonor to you and the service. What you end up getting is, it depends on why you didn't pass the PT test. It can be less than honorable, it can be other than honorable, it could be administrative, or it can be honorable. Here's kind of where you get your idea. In the Air Force, at least. I can only speak about the Air Force. When I would get people sent to me because they were on the Fat Boy program, I would say to them, these are the standards. We are going to meet 5 days a week, twice a day, because we're going to do 2 sets of calisthenics. I have to do 2 sets of calisthenics, and we're going to do 1 run. So we're going to do calisthenics in the morning, and then weightlifting, and then we're going to do calisthenics and run in the afternoon. We're going to do this 5 days a week. But the runs that we're going to do are going to vary. We're going to do last man up. We're going to do straight run. We're going to do PT time test. We're going to do all that stuff. Now, if you show up all the time, I'm going to mark you present. If you're improving by inches, I'm going to mark down that you're improving by inches. If you don't show up, I'm going to write you up for missed formation. When people say some of those people didn't try, they didn't get out because they're overweight. They didn't get out because they're obese. They got out because they missed formations. Remember, I tell you to be somewhere at 3:30. Appreciate the sub bomb. If I tell you to be somewhere at 3:30, unless a person of a higher rank issues a countermanding order, that's it. You show up there at 3:30. And when I'm the second in command of the squadron, and I tell you to be somewhere at 3:30, only one person in your fucking universe can issue you a contrary order, and that's my boss. And if my boss issued you a contrary order, cool. I'll go talk to him. Hey, did you tell Sergeant Snuffy he didn't come to PT? No. Well, then he lied about you, sir. I'll let you handle that. But in some California school districts, math is considered racist, so teachers are now allowed to take into account a student's life experience to determine if their math answers are correct. I actually have a video on this. It's called Punctuation is Racist. A white teacher at a university was deducting points off of people's master's and doctoral theses because of punctuation. Look, if you don't know how to properly punctuate your master's thesis, you shouldn't get a master's. You shouldn't get a master's. If you, like, I had my master's thesis rejected twice. And then the third time, I was so exhausted when I went to defend my thesis, one of the 5 professors on my board said, "You look exhausted." And I said, in all honesty, this is the best paper that I can write. This is the best research I can do. I'm limited by time. I'm going to need years to do a better job. And that's when they said, yeah, we knew you were capable of this, but you turned in something weaker at the beginning. And I'm like, well, you could have fucking told me that. You could have fucking told me that, like, given me a guiding point. They said you didn't need a guiding point. You just needed to know that you were here and you could be here. My thesis was on the effect of 4x4 block scheduling on social studies achievement test scores. Proper punctuation doesn't accommodate African American vernacular English, so proper punctuation disproportionately affects people of color. I'm so tired of this fucking racist bullshit. This shit was called Ebonics during my lifetime, during my younger years. There are two things in America. There's proper English and there's wrong. I don't give a fuck what your race, creed, color, nationality, religion, kinks, BDSM score profile are. I don't give a fuck what any of that shit is. I give a shit like the guy earlier who couldn't manage a coherent sentence with 2 hands and a flashlight. If you cannot articulate your points of view in the written language, then hold on. My daughter is getting a letter ginned up. English is English. Now, do I accept some things in English now that I'm older and I've traveled? The word y'all. I was really against the word y'all for a long time. And y'all is a contraction. The problem with y'all being a contraction is y'all is you all. But this conjunction is is will. So the problem we have Yeah, y'all is so common in certain regions that it's pretty much a dialect modification. Right. It's a dialect modification. Where we run into a problem is America is what Robert Baratheon says. He's like, what's more powerful, 5 or 1? And she says, Cersei says 5. And he says 5. 1. There are times that this country has forgotten about our background, and our background is e pluribus unum. From the many, 1. It doesn't make people in Arkansas, in Alabama, in Georgia, in South Carolina, in North Carolina ignorant because y'all kids, come on into dinner. You all kids, y'all. It's a dialect. It's no different than what soda is called. I call it soda now. I've been away from Chicago for years and years and years. Used to be pop. Yeah, all y'all. But it used to be pop. It's a regional dialect. But there is a huge difference between a regional dialect and something that's less than English because we're afraid of the standard. What I hate is this. And I ain't got time for racism, so if any of you are like, oh, this racist against black people. No. Just fucking stop your bullshit. Okay? Here's the standard, and then we lower the standard. Well, we know for a fact that if the standard is here, some people will be there, some people will be there, and an awful lot of people will be just below the standard. Now, if we lower the standard, you'll still get a few people here, you'll still get a few people here, but the majority will align along the standard line. If you want to improve your society, move the standard line back up. Because if you set the standard at a 90, the majority of people who miss are going to be in the 80s. But if you set the standard line down at 50, now a lot of the people that miss are in the 40s. This is where I think that our entire concept of education is wrong. We give kids a grade based on what they achieve against the assignment. But we didn't gauge their growth. As I said, I have an unorthodox teaching style when I'm teaching kids that I have a lot of remedial students mixed in. My unorthodox teaching method is I give a pretest. And you got a 95 on the pretest, and your classmate gets a 35 on the pretest. Hold on one second. Don't know why everything has to be so damn complicated in life. So I give the kids a pretest and a post-test. This kid gets a 95 on the pretest. This kid gets a 95 on the post-test. I give this kid an A, but I have a conversation with the kid about the fact that you really didn't learn anything, right? You really didn't learn. You really didn't learn shit. Yet you were missing 5% of the information on the pretest. You're still missing 5% on the post-test. But I can't give the kid less than an A because by the objective grading scale, he got an A. This kid gets a 35 on the pretest, gets an 80 on the post-test. The rule book says I should give this kid a C. Why should I give this kid a C? This kid increased his knowledge by 45 points. I give this kid a C. This kid is never, ever, ever, ever going to have the drive or the motivation or the internal locus of control to do better for the sake of doing better. This is the Simpsons episode where Bart actually studies and gets an A, doesn't get rewarded, and then he goes back to being Bart Simpson. I'm not saying to give this kid an A because they didn't hit the A threshold, but this kid should definitely get a B because you eliminated 45 points of ignorance. We take the kid that got the 95, and what I used to do in my class, you got a 95 on the lesson on the pretest, 95 or above. I had a little independent work corner at the back of the room. I had 5 desks back there. I was hoping for the day that the whole class would have to be an independent, but I had it all typed out, was all written up. If you get a 95 or above on the pretest, you do not do the lesson. I give you a 1-page, briefer, reader sheet about the thing you missed. And then you pick something out of that chapter to educate yourself on. What do you want to educate yourself on? We were reading the book Ender's Game. I gave a test. One of the students said, well, I don't know anything about Azerbaijan. I said, okay. They said, for social studies, I'm supposed to be doing something related to the Revolutionary War. I said, yeah. They said, I know the Revolutionary War. I got 100 on the pretest. I said, okay. Said, I'd like to research Azerbaijan to go along with Ender's Game. I said, cool. Do that. They wrote a 15-page paper on Azerbaijan. 2 years later, I was gone at the military. This student emailed me, and they said, Mr. J, I just want to let you know that studying on Azerbaijan that I did, it led to opportunities in high school. I said, really? What kind of opportunities? I'm going there as a foreign exchange student. Maybe not the best fucking country to go to as a foreign exchange student, but you seem to really love it. 26 years later, this person works in the government as something liaison to the Azerbaijani government. That's cool as shit. You're not a big reader. I still want the rest of the Ender series for the sake of exploring the universe more on screen. No, that fucking version of Ender's Game with Harrison Ford needs to be thrown out, buried. It needs to have never existed because they completely fucked Ender's Game. Ender's Game, the novel, cannot be any shorter than 6 hours, and it needs to be 3 trilogies. Ender's Game needs to focus on Ender's birth through his becoming a commander. Movie 2 has to be his time at battle school, from being a commander to his graduation and going to command school. And they absolutely must bring in the novella, A War of Gifts. Because A War of Gifts is so important to understanding battle school. That movie needs to be 2.5, 3 hours, because you absolutely need to tell Bean's story before Bean gets to battle school, because Bean is such a complex character. And then number three, Ender in command school till his victory against the Formics at the homeworld. It needs to be. Yeah, and they cut all of the siblings' rise to power on Earth. You don't appreciate in the, is it Asa Butterfield? Is that his name? Yeah, Asa Butterfield. I don't care how good of an actor Asa Butterfield was or was not, but you cannot appreciate the Harrison Ford version of Ender's Game made me feel like Ender was just really good at games. Without Locke and Demosthenes on Earth, showing that Peter and Valentine took over the world politically as student bloggers, you can't appreciate the sheer magnitude of Ender's mind. Like, they didn't do a very good job of showing Ender figuring, like, there's pages and pages and pages and pages in Ender's game of Ender in the video room when there's no assignment for the commanders. And Ender is sitting in the video room, and then because he's an undefeated commander, people are coming in and they're trying to watch it. And at one point, it's like the most it's the most important scene in the whole book, because Ender is there in the video room and more people are coming in, and he can't control the video room because it's a common space. And then finally one kid says, "Are some of these from the same battle?" And Ender is like, "Are you fucking stupid?" Like, he doesn't say it, but like, Ender has figured out how to fight like the Formics, and from publicly available documents. And that's so important because the rest of the students who are, you got to remember, this is the top 0.1% of minds on Earth, all sent to battle school, children. And even that, like, the difference between Ender and these kids is the same gap of these kids versus normal kids. The problem is, people don't, people don't want to think. Can we just be honest? If we're just being, people do not want to have to think in TV shows anymore. Guys want explosions, guns, fast cars, and titties. Women want love, romance, and a conversation between two female characters that doesn't involve the main male character. Easily digestible slop. Right, easily digestible slop. It's why George Martin's Game of Thrones was Game of Thrones, and why they had to cut entire plot kits out, because people wouldn't have been, people could barely understand Game of Thrones, the TV show. Why Harry Potter had to take stuff out. Why Harry Potter had to put scenes in that didn't exist in the books. Because they had done such a piss poor job in the first 5 books. They didn't want to. Ginny Weasley is with a lot more guys than the 2. They deliberately didn't highlight Ginny Weasley having all sorts of different romantic interests because they didn't want Ginny Weasley to seem like a hoe. They were in fucking boarding school, man. That's not being a hoe. That's working your way through the population until you find someone you want. It's dumb, but it's, people need it to be easily digestible. That's our problem. Our books have gotten dumber. Like I told you guys, I've written a novel. I'm in the second pass. I wrote the rough draft, the spine, the framework, and I'm about 300 pages into the first draft, which is polishing, cleaning up, and then I have 2 more passes to do. It's 1,200 pages. People have already told me, there's no way you're going to get somebody to publish a 1,200-page book. Not as your first written work. I said, you know what? I'm putting it in, I'm putting it on Kindle. I'm not even going to try to solicit it to, why is it just 1,200? Because it's the first fucking book. It's the first book. It may end up longer than 1,200 now that I'm having to go in and like fill in some fodder. I'll find out how long it is in the next couple of as I go. The subject is a world where steampunk technology and high fantasy blend together. And I realized, unfortunately, after writing all of it, it follows the same sort of build-up and mentality of Final Fantasy VII. The whole first book is in one city, and then after the first book, they go out into the world. But it's always amazing to me that people are so defeatist. They're like, nobody's ever gonna publish that for you. Look, it's real simple. I'm gonna put it on Kindle. If it makes enough money on Kindle, trust me, somebody will publish it for me. And if I want people to have a physical copy of it, I'll go, once it sells some copies on Kindle, the people I want to have a physical copy, I will go and print it. Yeah, I can self-publish. The problem is, the couple of test readers in my personal life that have read it, they've said, I normally hate fantasy. I normally hate, I definitely don't like steampunk. I want to keep reading it. I actually care what happens to your characters. That's what I'm working on. That's why some of my shows aren't, I don't have a ton of video content, because I'm up late writing. It's just something to do. It's something to do. But everybody is so defeatist. The majority of people aren't going to like what you're writing. That's okay. I'm not writing it. I'm not writing it for the whole world. I'm writing it for me. Like George Martin. George Martin kind of pisses me off because he's a chicken shit coward. Look, man, people didn't like the ending of Game of Thrones. The only thing we know about the last 3 seasons of Game of Thrones is that when the Wonder Twins no longer had George Martin consulting and they were taking the story the direction they were going, we know the ending of Game of Thrones was George Martin's ending. We know that for a fact. The first season of Game of Thrones on HBO had the dialogue of Shakespeare and the visual graphics of high-def porn. By the last season of Game of Thrones, it had the dialogue of porn and the visuals of a Shakespearean play. Yeah, because that's the ending, he's afraid to release the last book. And it's like, everybody applauded how good Game of Thrones was. I tried not to spoil Game of Thrones when I was streaming, but what I said was, what the fuck is wrong with, what the fuck is wrong with this nonsense? And what I mean by that is, why is it that every time a Stark has to make a life and death decision, they all suddenly roll a critical fail 1? They don't have a feat, a reroll, a willpower, something? Last season was shit. I never read the books. Jamie undid all of his character progression. A generational curse. Yeah. Now the show ending might have been awful adaptation of what it was supposed to be, because Bran has quite a larger role in the books, for example, so him ending up as king might not be that crazy in the final book. Right. But what we're talking about is, okay, I'm going to take a quick break and then we're going to go down, because I like this topic. I'll be right back. Okay, so Game of Thrones. We're just gonna focus on the one piece. Ned Stark knows that he's in a city that he has no army. His bodyguard was killed. His steward was killed. He's got maybe 20 men total. Ned Stark doesn't immediately, when he knows, when he fucking knows he's been wounded, he can't defend himself. He knows there's 1,000 gold cloaks in the city. He's got 20 northerners. So he doesn't fucking immediately like get on a horse with Arya and a rider with Sansa and just beat the fucking feet out of town. He doesn't just fucking beat feet. Gone. Okay, fine. So Ned confronts Joffrey with the letter. The king rips up the words. Ned doesn't call for a trial by combat because right there in the throne room, you have a moment where Barrister Selmy is like, what is it? Well, what's this bullshit? And remember, Ned can be championed by anybody. They can accept. Well, now Barrister Selmy gets fired while Ned's in the cells, but Ned could say, I want to trial by combat, and then Barrister Selmy gonna show up and be like, I got you, Big Papa. He could call for a trial by 7, where Ned is gonna have no end to people that would volunteer to help defend him. If Ned calls for a trial by 7, then the great John Umber still has both of his hands because he hasn't lost his 2 fingers to the dog yet. Oberyn Martell is going to be like, whoa, a trial by 7? I get to kill some Lannisters? Let me get my ass down to fucking King's Landing. Now, because remember, in a trial by 7, it's 7 deaths. Like, it's whoever kills the other side first. Oberyn Martell is going to fucking be fine. Barrister Selmy and the Great John, holy fuck. So what's George Martin do? Let's have all these stupid decisions in a row. Then Robb Stark. He wins 3 battles against the Lannister army. What's he do? Goes backwards for his grandfather's funeral. What's he do? Goes backwards for his cousin's wedding and gets killed. Dude, you got 30,000 Northerners. You're fucking just keep marching. Well, what's he gonna do if he runs into Stannis? Hey, Big Papa, I got you. Ready? We'll help you take King's Landing. I get Joffrey's head. You get the lower 6 kingdoms. I'm now the king of the north. I can't do anything about it. They named me king of the north. We're kind of stuck with it. I don't want to be king of the lower 6. Let's just do this. What's Stannis gonna say? What's he gonna say? You find out what he's gonna say later. Even with Ned being in charge of the north, Robert always complained to Stannis about how hard it was to control the Northerners. Why the fuck would you want those people in your kingdom anyway? If they're hard to control, fucking send them. Fine, take the Northern Kingdom. No, what's Robb do? Gets killed at a wedding. Every fucking time there's a decision, a Stark rolls a critical 1. I'm not sure Ned could do it since he didn't get a trial. I don't think Ned or anyone thought that Ned can be executed in front of anybody in 10 seconds after his confession. Right, but that's the problem. Ned wouldn't have confessed. Because if they were going to kill Ned in the TV show version, if they were going to kill Ned, they should have killed him in the Black Cells. Because they let Ned out into public, Ned calls for a trial by combat. Or a trial by 7. They now can't kill him, or they lose all of their support from everybody. Because remember, Ned didn't stop being Warden of the North just because he became the Hand of the King. He didn't stop being the head of the Stark family. He is still who he is, even if he's accused of a crime. So he's there, and instead of making this heartfelt confession, he says, I demand a trial by combat. Joffrey's two choices are to grant him a trial by combat or grant him a trial by 7. Joffrey needs time to bring his two ideal champions back from the field. His uncle, his dad, or the Mountain. Because the Mountain's off on campaign. Jaime's off leading half the Lannister army. Ned has time then to get a champion. There would be no lack of people that would line up for Ned. Even if it was the Mountain. So the whole problem is that we run into this, like, the other big one is Robb Stark decides in the name of honor he's gonna kill Richard Karstark. You're gonna kill the most prominent Northerner after you? Like, you're going to kill the man who's the fealty to him is 1/3 of your army? Look, man, you could be as pissed as you want, but you're gonna deal with that shit when you get home. You're not gonna fucking execute him. His first mistake was taking the wrong bride. But that's for the TV show, because they combined two characters. But yeah, that's the other thing, man. Like, Robb Stark is like, I'm on the fucking warpath to avenge my father. Let me get my dick wet. You weren't in any hurry to get your dick wet, son. You had... Like, where the fuck is King's Landing? Why is it taking you so long? Oh, that's because you went backwards twice. I think George Martin ruined high fantasy for about another 5 years. I think the saving grace is Brandon Sanderson having a TV deal and a movie deal, and he has full creative control and full writing control. Mistborn and Way of Kings, right? Are his two? Brandon finished draft 1 of Mistborn. Right. Now, is the Mistborn going to be a true adaptation of the books? Probably not. Why? Because a true adaptation of the books is going to be very niche. But by giving the author the control, Brandon has the ability to cut where necessary and preserve where necessary. You always have to change movie adaptations. You don't have to change movie adaptations. You change them because you try to increase your target audience. The Bechdel test. Yeah, Mistborn is the movies and Stormlight is the TV show. If I recall correctly, you are correct. Now all the spin-offs have been good. House of the Dragon has been very good, yes. House of the Dragon has been very good. What we see is, like, they lost a really good opportunity right after Game of Thrones. People wanted the Snow show. They wanted to continue Jon Snow in the North. You like Knight of the Seven Kingdoms as well? I will be honest, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms didn't get my full attention. It'll get my full attention here soon, but I don't have enough hours in the day. But inside Fauci's planned hearing, there was no other option. Dr. Anthony Fauci arrived at a high-stakes Senate hearing on Wednesday with a single modest goal: survive. The former top government scientist felt he had accomplished that mission. Invoking his Fifth Amendment right to not self-incriminate more than 100 times, he gave Senate Republicans a clips to share on X, but deprived them of any new opportunity to fulfill their vows to prosecute him for perjury. He refused to be drawn back into a long-running battle over COVID-19 and its origin. I know a lot of people have seen the Fauci clips, and I know a lot of people don't understand them. Why wouldn't he answer what color the carpet is? Why wouldn't he answer what color the tie is? Why wouldn't he answer what his name was? Because, first of all, your Fifth Amendment rights are absolute as long as you keep them absolute. One of the biggest problems is you get asked the question today, and now you have to remember that answer forever. And some people say, well, if it's the truth, then why would he have to have a hard time remembering? Well, it's real simple. You ask me a question today, what color tie am I wearing? And I answer it. And 2 weeks from now, you say, what color tie were you wearing when you testified before Congress? I don't fucking know. Like, I have 8 suits. Which suit was I wearing? If you say I don't know, they use it to challenge your memory. If you say I'm not answering today, well, why are you hiding now? The problem is Senate Republicans literally said we're going to get him on perjury. Well, fine, fuck you. I'm not going to answer anything then. Because if you've already told me that you're bringing me here to answer questions because you want to use my answers to charge me with a crime, I'm not going to give you any answers because I'm not required to. And I think that is the other problem that people struggle with. I am not required to give you an answer. If I invoke my rights, the only way you can ever be forced to testify against yourself is if you've already been given a full immunity agreement and they can't prosecute you. Then if you are not vulnerable to prosecution, then you can't hide behind the Fifth Amendment. People don't like that. What a farce and a waste of time. Right, what a farce and a waste of time. What, as I said, we started off the show talking about war. What is the political war win for harassing Dr. Fauci? Look, did COVID-19 directly kill some people? Yes. How many people? 1.2 to 3% of the population. Why is it such a wide range? Because a lot of people were given stupid reporting documents that should never be that way. If you have COVID at the time of your death and you die to a gunshot wound to the head, you weren't killed by COVID. It didn't matter if you had COVID, but people were being tagged as COVID-related death. One was a shooting and one was a car accident. That's like we wouldn't call it an AIDS death because an AIDS infected individual gets in a car accident. AIDS didn't kill them. So why can't we get better numbers? Because remember, everybody collects numbers, everybody collects data in a way that best suits them, that best suits their organization. As I explained to people, and they didn't want to hear, like I got one of my videos on YouTube flagged for medical misinformation. You wearing a mask doesn't make you safe. You wearing a mask makes everybody else safe. And people are like, no, wearing a mask makes you safe. Really, asshole? Then why is it when they open up your chest or your leg or your arm or your wrist or your shoulder or your whatever during the surgery, the doctors all have masks on? And you don't. You have a tube down your fucking throat, but you're still exhaling through your mouth any germs that you might have. It's so they're not breathing, because remember, at any given time, your skin is covered in bacteria. At any given time, you have bacteria on your skin. Period. Dot. At any given time, you're breathing in and out germs. Your germs. Your stomach is filled with bacteria. It's why, remember, if you're a Gen Xer like me and you're old, when kids would vomit in school, they had that awful smelling fucking pink bag of the chemical and the sawdust chips. Why? Because we know that whoever cleans up the vomit is going to be vulnerable to whatever's in the vomit. You get it on your hands. It's like, people, I watch people I watch teachers, they'll clean up vomit and then they don't go wash their hands. I wash my fucking hands up to my elbows. If I'm touching somebody else's bodily fluids, I have fucking gloves. I have a box of fucking disposable gloves in my top drawer. Why? Because if a kid vomits or a kid gets a nosebleed or a kid gets whatever, like kid gets a nosebleed. Hold on, I got to get a pair of gloves. You hold this. Lean forward. Lean over the trash can. I was taught to put my head back. Yeah, if you want to drown in your own blood. Now lean over the fucking trash can. We live in a stupid fucking world of people just making shit up. Because, remember, so hypothetical, hypocritical of people who claim COVID wasn't real accuse Fauci of killing people. Right. People that are mad, like, look, I know it's correlation, not causation. I was in great shape until COVID-19, and then I got the COVID vaccine, and then after I got the COVID vaccine, my entire cardiopulmonary system decided to take a shit at the same time I got that vaccine. I am not saying the vaccine caused my problems. A lot of things may have caused my problems. My 40th birthday may have caused my problems. Okay? But what I'm saying is, up until I got the COVID-19 shot, I was still walking 5 to 7 miles. I was still running a couple of times a week. And after I got that shot, the day I got the shot, I was so fucking sick in my bed. I thought I was going to break my spine from coughing. Went to the doctor, didn't have COVID. Okay. 5 years later, I have heart problems and I have lung problems now. And I'm not saying the vaccine caused it. I'm saying the vaccine may have caused it. Could just be old age. I think that our country was in a really shit shape during COVID-19. They're accusing Fauci of forcing people to get inoculations and for recommending federal policies that led to people dying, getting sick, et cetera, et cetera. Some people died because there wasn't enough. What you don't understand is when you get put on a ventilator, you have to be given a paralytic. If you don't have the paralytic, you can't be put on a ventilator. One of the big problems is obese people who died in disproportionate numbers. They can't be on ventilators for very long because of the nature of COVID. So some doctors ended up putting obese patients face down so that their lungs could inflate from the back and not have all the body weight on top of their lungs. Fauci didn't recommend streamlining the production of the paralytic because, holy fuck, that's not something you want to rush. Some of the vaccines were iffy. I was all for getting the vaccine, but I sure as hell tried to avoid getting the ones that were controversial. Right. Now, some people are like, well, how could Dr. Fauci approve these vaccines that were developed in like 80 days? Because they weren't developed in 80 days. Because if you know what COVID-19 is, if you know what COVID-19 is, then you know it's in the same family as SARS and MERS. Ever since we discovered SARS and MERS, we've been working on vaccines for those because those two will fucking kill 50 to 70% of the population. 1 second. You said you think Fauci is full of shit, but why? See, the problem is a lot of people say that. A lot of people say Dr. Fauci was full of shit. About what? Dr. Fauci, they claimed what he wrote in his journals contradicted what he said in public. Right, but here's part of the problem with that. If I write something in my personal journal, which is my personal thoughts, and it contradicts what I've been ordered to say, there's not a problem there. If what I'm writing in my journal is contradictory to the recommendations that I'm giving, there's a problem. In public, I'm recommending green, but in private, I know red's the right answer. There's a problem. But if I go into my boss's office and I recommend green, and another guy recommends yellow, and another guy recommends red, and the decision maker, the policy owner, chooses red, and he says, I'm choosing red, and I expect you all to go out there and sell red. Well, then you've got a choice. You can keep your job, where you hope that you might be able to do some good, and maybe get a private audience and correct your boss, or you can quit. In this administration, we've seen individuals quit out of high-profile jobs because they're like, Donald Trump is lying to the American people, and I won't be part of this government, so I quit. Head of the Counterterrorism Bureau quits because Trump is lying about Iran's capabilities. Iran is on the brink of having nuclear weapons. Shit, man, they haven't fucking enriched 1 kilogram of uranium since we bombed them last year. Why are you lying to the American people? I'm out. Now, what really shocked me, though, was our population demonstrated that the economy is more important to them than people's lives. We shut down this country for the better part of 6 weeks. Places were closed, restaurants were closed, bars were closed, churches were closed. And then people said, you can't take away my right to worship. Okay. So they have a church gathering, and then 56 people contract COVID. When you have when you have a virus that is as communicable as COVID was, until you know the full extent of what damage it's going to do to the people, I don't think Dr. Fauci recommended anything that was out of the ordinary. I don't think he recommended anything that opens them up to vulnerabilities. He was part of the administration. He wasn't the decision maker. A lot of the things that he recommended, if people contract COVID, then they have to be out of work for 5 days. Is 5 days the magic number? We don't know. It's a hell of a lot better answer than if your kid contracts COVID, they can go to the school after they've been fever-free for 24 hours. Wait a minute. 6 months ago, if the kid had a positive COVID test, they got to be out for 5 days. Now they can go back if they're fever-free, but not everybody who has COVID has a fever. So you have people walking around in a high germ contaminant area anyway, and you have people that are sick, and they know they're sick. We know they have a positive test, and we're letting them back in. What's my thought on them ending the war in Iran so they can get a new 90-day timer? They don't get a new 90-day timer. If Donald Trump attempts to re-invoke the War Powers Act for the same geopolitical threat, he's technically breaking the law. The War Powers Act requires him to do a full drawdown. The blockade has been there. It's illegal. Technically, the United States blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is an illegal blockade because Donald Trump has positioned military assets in an aggressive stance and posture to conduct an operation for which they do not have an authorized use of military force nor an act of war. It's a really shitty gray area because we should not have the Navy sitting in the Persian Gulf the way they are, because that costs us money every single day. If Donald Trump believes that he gets a new war powers 90 days, then he should be impeached, because he doesn't. Remember I said earlier, one of the biggest things this country needs is a constitutional rewrite. That constitutional rewrite has to happen, and it needs to wipe away the War Powers Act, and the actual War Powers Act needs to become part of the new Constitution so that the Commander-in-Chief knows what he can and cannot do. In my opinion, no member of the armed forces should be allowed out of 1, CONUS, 2, other American geographical areas, and 3, congressionally approved allied bases without an act of Congress, unless it is for the spirit of the War Powers Act. But even in the spirit of the War Powers Act, you should still convene the Gang of 8 and let them know, hey, I'm bombing a target inside of Fuckvatistan because I have credible intel that they're planning on launching a terrorist strike out of that base. I'm not attacking the whole country. I'm not hitting civilian targets. You, the Gang of Eight, I've brought you into the White House, the Situation Room. By the way, you're now sequestered. We are here for 4 hours. I want to leave. Tough shit. You can't. Because this is what the fucking provision in the new Constitution says. I brought you here so that you are witness to what we are doing, but I can't let you leave and have it leak. So make yourself comfortable. Part of our problem is that every member of Congress is to blame for why our military is so weak. We don't have... Congress has voted to reduce the size of the military. Appreciate the resub. But what they won't do is close bases. So you have a whole lot of military bases that are operating at 65% staffing because no congressman wants to brack base realignment and closure the base in their state. They won't survive the political fallout if they vote to close their base. No, we don't brack anymore. We don't close anything. That's the problem. What we do is we move shit around and it's all a circle jerk. We're going to move this out of this space to here, this out of this space to here, this out of this space to here. So this can go to the first space that we move something, but we never take them up to 100% manning. It's real simple. Is your manning at this base at 100%? No. Is it at 90%? No. Is it at 80%? No. Is it at 70%? No. Okay, then it's closing. If you're at less than 70% manning, then that base isn't needed. Well, we need that base because that base is where it's at. It's the middle of the country, and it's where we launch the air refueling tracks for the middle of the country from. Great. So it's already set up. It's a tanker base. We're going to close other shit and bring those functions here. We have these crappy little bases, but when you have a crappy little base, it's got to have all the parts. Okay, you have a base, yes. So you have to, I'll use the Air Force, for example. You have a base, yes. So it has to have, right? It has to have security forces. So no matter what other function the base is doing, it has to have a security forces footprint. That's a couple of hundred people. Okay, so how many people are there now? Let's say 100 people. Okay. And then the function that it's doing is 200 people. Well, now you're at 300 people. Well, if you're at 300 people, you need some sort of medical clinic. So you need an IDMT, an independent duty medical technician. Okay. But you can't have just one. You got to have 4. Because you have to have cover leaves and shit and duty and whatever. And so now that you have 4 of those, oh shit, well, they need supplies. So now you got a med logistics person. And then you have medical equipment there. Okay, but we're not going to put a BMET there, but we're going to make this a satellite facility for a BMET. Okay. But where will you send all the burnouts and disciplinary transfers? We don't do that. That's the problem. People got this bad fucking understanding of the military that we only send redeemable people to the shit assignment. All the fucking jokes you see in the movies where they're like, I want this guy manning a radar tower in Alaska by the end of the day. No, we don't send our washouts and our burnouts and our shitbags to that location. We send some of our best and our brightest because they have to be able to operate independently. Now, do we have some places that we send the people that we're hoping to make their life miserable? Yes, but we don't send them to a new base. We give them the miserable assignment on the base so they quit. For example, guy gets a DUI. He gets his driver's license suspended because your government driver's license works in tandem with your civilian driver's license. Well, you got a DUI conviction, so you don't have a driver's license. Because you don't have a driver's license, you don't have a government driver's license. Since your job entails driving vehicles next to planes and putting fuel on them, you are no longer qualified to do your primary job. Go sit in that guard check 6 hours a day. Why? Because somebody needs to, and you're the only useless son of a bitch I have. Well, what happens is that person gets stuck out there at the guard shack, and then one day they come to your office and it's like, I really don't like being out there. Cool, I've got this form. It gets you out of the military. Well, I don't want to get out of the military. Okay, well, I got really bad news for you. I already checked with the personnel flight. We're not extending you a contract. So you're due to get out. Let's use right now. You're due to get out in December of 2027. Your entire future for the next 18 months is doing shit details because you don't have a driver's license. You can't do your primary job. Well, there's other jobs in the flight I could do. Do you have the accounting shred? No. Do you have the maintenance shred? No. Do you have the admin shred? No. The lab shred? No. Okay, you're useless as tits on a bull. The only thing I need you for is you're going to take every fucking bullshit assignment so I don't have to give up an actual useful person. Or sign this piece of paper and get the fuck out. I'm already telling you, we're not extending you a contract. We had one guy, knew he wasn't getting extended a contract. I had to give him mad props, man. This guy was the fucking Nicolas Cage national treasure hunter shit. What he did, he knew he wasn't getting a contract stateside. He took a 1-year deployment. Because he took a 1-year deployment, while he was there, he's ADCON controlled over to the downrange commander. He went to the downrange commander and said, "Sir, I'm going to be within 6 months of separating when I get home. Can we do my re-enlistment here?" Downrange commander said, "Sure, you've not been a problem here. Let's get you re-enlisted in a bonus." He gets re-enlisted, gets his bonus, comes back home. And then I'm like, "Well, you're out in 6 months." He's like, "No, I'm out in 6 years and 6 months. Because I already have my re-enlistment." Yeah, rules whores and barracks lawyers are fucking amazing. Yeah, that's usually the first thing they check. See, the Navy gets away with that because... I'm sorry, you don't get away with that shit in the Navy because when you transfer to your deployment, your whole fucking paperwork file goes with you because your fleet is your assignment. For us, we deploy people all over the world. I have seen people get re-enlisted that I didn't want to get re-enlisted. And it's like, well, shit. I don't think there should ever be a way for you to volunteer for a deployment around your chain of command. Shit's getting spicy. Oh, I'm gonna take a 1-year deployment. Or even better, shit's getting spicy. I'm gonna volunteer for the 1-year tour in Korea. Because we always take those volunteers. Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason they tell you exactly who your admiral is. Whether you're on boots on the ground or you're on the boat, you have the same fucking guy. It's not like for us, you're assigned here, but now you're expeditionarily assigned there. Let's roll through. Trump's reflecting pool debacle takes a scandalous turn. Can we stop with all the fucking ads? My God. Nothing about what happened Friday when the Justice Department dropped its case against a purported Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool vandal was completely surprising. But that's what makes it so scandalous. The administration was pressed repeatedly about the possibility that the damage to the reflecting pool wasn't caused by vandals. Maybe it was just shoddy installation from the no-bid contractor President Trump hired. Maybe it was just a rush job. But the administration has repeatedly and forcefully rejected these theories, straining to the claim that the damage was actually the work of radical left vandals bent on destroying our country's precious monuments. It said this was proven and documented. It had eventually brought a high-profile case against someone who has spent that last month fending off potential felony conviction. The DOJ moved to drop the case in typical Friday news dump fashion when many people had already tuned out for the weekend. And in doing so, it made major admissions. The DOJ said it wasn't exactly what it seemed to be. The damage was the result of botched installation and was not vandalism. The Department of the Interior willfully withholding information that would have demonstrated that fact and prevented the case from ever being brought. The Department of the Interior provided less than fulsome information at the onset of this case, the DOJ said in its filing. Had the Department of the Interior been forthcoming with the information clearly in its possession, the government would not have sought a grand jury indictment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why the Constitution needs to be written. And if we are going to have an executive branch, a legislative branch, and a judicial branch, the Department of Justice should be under the control of the fucking Supreme Court justices. Now, whether or not we change who is in the DOJ, I'm cool for that. But the very idea that the Department of Justice is overseen by the executive branch is fucking just wrong. Look, I know that the Supreme Court doesn't have the time to look at every single case that's being filed in federal court. But when you have the Department of the Interior, which is a judicial department, a government department, not giving information to the Department of Justice, then we have a fucking problem. Right? Then our problem becomes we have absolutely no way in God's green earth to run a functional government. The government is required to give exculpatory evidence to the defendant at the earliest opportunity. Exculpatory evidence cannot be held, appreciate the sub, exculpatory evidence cannot be held and turned over in the course of discovery. You get exculpatory evidence at 5 o'clock on a Friday, you better be calling their lawyer at 5:01 on a Friday and say, hey, I got some information about your case that exonerates your client. I need to meet with you. Well, especially if your client's sitting in jail for another weekend. Our society has become just a pile of shit. Like the older millennial. People don't like Joe, the older millennial. I don't like all of his takes. That's the interesting thing about takes. I can agree with you on 1, 2, and 4, and I disagree with you on 3 and 5. That's what makes our government so interesting. No, exculpatory evidence needs to be sent over to the defendant immediately. Because exculpatory evidence is us. Like, if you get exculpatory evidence, you are supposed to immediately, without fail, get that to the defense, get in front of the judge, and get either the dismissal or the guy out of jail. You're not supposed to be getting information on a Friday afternoon that this guy is innocent. I'm innocent. I'm in jail. I get locked up on Friday. I'm not supposed to spend Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in jail because you had exculpatory evidence that says he wasn't even in the fucking country. You're being accused of robbing a bank. What day? June 15th. I was in Ireland. I have a stamped passport that says I entered Ireland on that day. You have my passport. You have the Republic of Ireland transmits, yes, at this time, we can clearly see him. My understanding is Discovery is now a shared pool like a Dropbox all attorneys have immediate access to, plus they related separate pools of documents not available to, no, it can work like that. Some counties work like that, but not all the time and not for all charges. Remember, it is a completely valid legal tactic for you to wait until the window of discovery ending for you to deliver your shit and for them to deliver their shit. And this is one of the problems we have in the legal system. It's not uniform and it's not standard. Sometimes discovery is 30 days before trial start. Sometimes it's 10. Sometimes the prosecutor must have all their documents to the defense 30 days out, but the defense gets 20 of those 30 days before the trial starts to review that and decide what they're going to now enter in and give it to the prosecutor with only 10 days. We need one standard set of rules. And even if you start reading like the federal guidelines, there's federal guidelines, and then there are circuit specific rules. Why are there certain specific guidelines for certain districts? Like if you look up, if you look up Federal Rule of Evidence 608, Federal Rule of Evidence 404, this is witness truthfulness and character evidence. The problem is that Federal Rule 608 and Federal Rule 404 have Ninth Circuit specific instructions. Why? If it's a federal rule, the instruction should be codified in the federal rule. You shouldn't have one district having to give specific instructions the prosecutors in that district or judges in that district. Sometimes people wait until the day before you get censured and then get sent all over in paper, so it takes up your entire lobby just to be fucking assholes. Right, and the good part about that is, as a defense attorney, that's a valid defense strategy. I'm going to overwhelm you in documents saying, I reserve the right to introduce any and all of these properly logged, identified documents. For example, Stephen Sharif, in his lawsuit, he will no doubt, Robert Dawson's lawyers and Jason Karamanis' lawyers will no doubt introduce every single live stream video that Stephen ever did. And they won't say which sections they're planning on quoting. Their discovery will simply be all the videos. They'll have to download them. They'll have to pull them. They'll have to write the statement of accessed on this date. They'll put it all together. And they will literally send over thousands of hours of videos. And small law firm, with the guy's name is actually Small, will have to then say, well, what the fuck do I do with all this? Well, what the fuck you do with it is you watch it. Because somewhere in all of this mess, is a 1-minute clip I'm going to introduce. But I'm not going to tell you which one. We're going to go to Dawson Exhibit 57. We're going to go ahead into the 1 hour and 37 minute mark. Objection, I didn't have a chance to review this. Your Honor, we sent it over at the 30-day window mark. Here is the signed acceptance. There is a master form, all video files 1. It's on there. The judge is going to say, well, fuck. Now, one of the problems with that is, if you inundate the opposition with a ton of discovery, they might go to the judge and say, they dropped 8,000 hours of video footage on us, and we have need time to review that. I think courts usually separate evidence headings by legal term, team 2, like they might have all the prosecute evidence 1, 2, and 3, defense exhibits A, B, and C. Again, different rules for different courts. One side uses numbers and the other side uses letters, because it's just an easy way for the judge to know if this was a prosecution or a plaintiff piece of evidence or a defendant piece. Others don't. Some you have to, like I said, in some court districts, they are required to annotate which part. If it's an hour-long video, you have to tell the other side which part you're going to use, but you reserve the right to call the entire video if necessary. There's also the impeachment evidence. If I know a lie you're going to tell, I don't necessarily have to introduce, if I don't need this piece of paper, I don't need this packet of paper. I do not need this packet of paper for the defense I plan on putting on. But I know this packet of paper directly contradicts something I know you're going to say, and I know you're going to say it because you included it in the in your discovery to me. Well, I went and found that knowing, and I'm just going to be like, well, you didn't submit this. I don't have to. I'm not using it. What I'm using it now is to impeach your witness. And the reason why most of the time lawyers don't play like that, they absolutely can, but they don't, because what they're doing, I'm going to say to you like, hey, Bob, you sent this over. Are you aware of this? Like, it's a better tactic for me to share a document with you. Are you aware of this? Now Bob has to be like, no, I wasn't aware of this. And why do you want to do that? Because now I write up for the court a record of the meeting where I turned over that packet of information. And why is that important? Because now Bob can't ask his client about the evidence on the stand. He can ask his client beforehand. He's like, hey man, what the fuck are you doing? Jay just came over here and he dropped this packet on me. And this packet signed by you, notarized, stamped, signed, everything, says everything you've been telling me is a load of bullshit. And his client is like, well, but whatever excuse. He's like, dude, you don't understand. I can't put you on the stand now. I can't ask you that question now. Because if I put you on the stand and I ask you that question, Jay's gonna fucking object, asked to approach, informed the judge that I was given empirical, undisputable evidence, and then he's going to say, well, he needs to be sanctioned for suborning perjury. He knows it's a lie. Like, what kind of document would be, he knows it's a lie? Previous testimony given under oath, notarized, stamped and notarized document, like Steven Sharif, and he fucked up his thing. All the shareholders signed this. Really? Because you don't have one of the shareholders' signature on it. Well, that's not a big deal. It's a really big fucking deal when you made a sworn statement to it, because you made a sworn statement, and now the other side gets to say, well, hold on, what about this document? Well, people don't realize you get caught lying even one time. Not that the judges do it often, but you get caught lying even one time. The truth seeker, term for the judge or the jury, can say, I no longer believe your word for any, because remember, testimony is evidence. I think that throws people off a lot too. Testimony is evidence, but I no longer believe you. I'm letting you know, if you don't have corroboration for all of the points you make, I'm not giving any weight. Yeah, unreliable narrator. I'm not giving any weight to your sworn statements. And you'll be like, well, that's not fair. Be like, it's totally fair. I caught you making a perjurous statement, and now I have to consider whether or not, like, you make a statement like, I incorporated the business on this date. I'll accept that because it can be corroborated. You make a statement, he threatened me. Well, I'm not going to accept that because you have no evidence of that. See it all the times with emails between lawyers as exhibits, right? Emails between lawyers are exhibits, because that way the other lawyer can't say, well, I didn't know that. Yes, you did. I told you here. It's why I said you get that exonerating information, the exculpatory evidence. Like, if my lawyer has the exculpatory evidence, you bet your ass he's messaging the clerk, the fucking cops, the fucking lawyer. If my guy is sitting in jail on a murder charge, he wasn't even in the country. Well, my lawyer is going to make sure everybody fucking knows about it to get, hey, warden, yeah, here's the shit, get my guy into some PC, would you? Even the small lies about Discord and Reddit are being made by him. Even he's willing to lie about that. What else is he lying about? Right, exactly. When you catch somebody in a lie, in a lawsuit, that's taking one of the legs off their table. And now all you have to do is lean on that side of the table. You don't have to prove really anything else. You just prove that guy's a liar. That guy perjured himself. So if he perjured himself about something small, and that in Steven's case, what really hurts him is Steven's going to have to give testimony about the legitimacy of business expenses when there's already 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 lies at the bottom. The judge is going to be like, I don't believe you. The judge can even cut off the questioning, be like, you can stop, and unless you have corroboration, let's preserve the court's time, because I'm refusing to hear uncorroborated evidence from this witness. Same thing when a cop has been caught perjuring himself. I don't think he should be allowed to be a cop anymore, because I've seen firsthand the circle jerk that is, cop gets caught lying on the stand. Judge A says, I will no longer accept uncorroborated evidence from this individual. So that cop goes in the next month with 18 ordinance violations. And the judge simply says, of these 18, which ones do you have body cam footage or something? 4. Okay, we'll dismiss the other 14. But then the prosecutor's like, but Your Honor, he's a sworn officer of the law. He committed perjury in my courtroom. I don't have to accept his testimony. If you can make your case another way, make your case another way. But if your only evidence is his testimony, go away. I'm not accepting it. The 4 that you have body cam footage, I'll accept those. The rest, go the fuck away. I think if you get caught as a perjurous cop, you shouldn't be allowed to be a cop. And I think we need a federal national registry of cops. You get fired as a cop from one cop shop, not laid off. Laid off is different. Budget cuts are different. You get fired for cause from one cop shop, you can't be a cop anywhere in the country. Because if you get fired as a doctor for incompetence or malpractice or endangering a patient, they yank your fucking medical license. They yank your nursing license. It's like we got a big problem right now. Our school district, we had and can we all agree on something? We've got to stop the bullshit. We have got to stop this bullshit about being politically correct. I'm gonna get with this fucking I'm gonna get this new term. There's this new term, and it really, okay, so this website calls it what it is. Okay, child sexual abuse material. Child sexual abuse material. Why the fuck is our society so chicken shit to call stuff what it is? Cafeteria worker charged with possession of child sexual assault material. And what the worst part is they don't even tell you what the acronym is in the fucking headline, right? They don't even fucking tell you. You're just supposed to guess, like, CSAM? CSAM to me sounds like a fucking military fucking piece of technology, right? A cafeteria worker at an Illinois high school is facing charges after police say they found child sexual abuse material during a search of his home. He's 22, charged with 3 counts of possessing child sexual abuse material after an investigation by the police and the Illinois Attorney General. They found the illicit material after a search. It is vital that we continue to work to hold individuals who trade and download these heinous images and videos accountable, as they often leave survivors of child exploitation and their families with a lifetime of trauma. What the fuck? Like, is it because someone might need a trigger warning? Also, if you need a trigger warning, then you've already triggered by the mentioning of the warning, so they don't work. Yes, trigger warnings do not work. Trigger warnings do not work because if it says this, this movie contains scenes of intense violence and content of a sexual nature, viewer discretion is advised. You know why that fucking blurb was at the start of the movies? It wasn't a fucking trigger warning, you soft fucking snowflake generation. It was because back in the fucking 90s, your parents, in the 80s, your parents had an ear to the TV. And God help you if you tried to do some shit on the VHS tape, like fast forward through the FBI warning. Because one of the parents would be like, hey, I didn't hear the start of that. Fuck. Because they had one for all audiences. This movie has been rated PG-13. This movie has been rated G for general audiences. They literally spoke the fucking rating, and your parents would be listening. Now, if you were fucking cheeky and clever, right? You'd fucking you'd start a movie, right? That had the PG-13 verbal warning, and then pop in the R-rated movie, and then say, hey, Ma, can we make popcorn? Yeah. Can we make it now before the movie starts? Yeah. So you'd go up and make the microwave popcorn, and your buddy would fucking with the fucking one frame at a time, making sure you got all the, like, we just knew how to not get caught. The fucking problems we have is we've got to stop fucking putting the overlay having the rating on the screen at all time. Sure, that's good. Have a fucking watermark in the lower corner with the rating of the movie. Have the DVD player be the thing that puts the rating of the movie. Have the rating encoded on the disc. If you don't want it there while you're watching a movie because you're adult, fucking disable the setting. The truth of the matter is, we make a big deal about the material that kids have access to. More and more I have people talking about, well, too many kids have access to porn. Kids have always had access to porn. I don't know why parents are suddenly so shocked that kids had access to porn. It's funny to me when that awkward conversation comes up and a dad that doesn't want to be honest turns around and says shit like, well, there was no porn in my era. And the wife looks at him. Fucking, they made porn together. I grew up with Counter-Strike porn, Call of Duty lobbies, and GTA. I turned out fine. I'm not saying that watching or playing Call of Duty or watching porn or playing Counter-Strike makes something wrong with you. But what I am saying is that if your parents didn't know what you were doing, it wasn't a video game problem. It was the where the fuck were the parents at problem. I did a photo shoot with my fiance when I was we would have been 18. And I had left my portfolio for class on the table, and my parents were thumbing through it, and I was just like, you don't want to turn any more pages. And they're like, why? I was like, because the next couple of pages are for my black and white photography class, and you don't want to turn the next couple of pages. Well, they fucking did anyway. Then they got mad. And I was like, I fucking told you. Right? They're like, does she know you took these photos? I was like, I fucking hope so. These are the ones that I have permission to turn in for my project. There was nothing really wrong about them. It was a black and white photo experiment about how contrast and exposure can be used to change what is an acceptable photograph and can turn it into a suggestive photograph. And what it was is it was a forced perspective sort of thing. She was just in a man's button-up shirt and underwear, but it was all in black and white, and different settings of different scenes. Like a woman is at a kitchen sink with a man's shirt on doing dishes. There's no problem with that, because a man's shirt on most women can be a pajama top. But she's not doing the dishes anymore. She's turned into the corner and one leg is changed. The positioning of one leg changes. And now it goes from a Dawn dish soap commercial to a condom commercial. You change you changed same setting, minutes apart, same natural light, but you increase the contrast when you put her in the corner, and all of a sudden it becomes more suggestive because you think the photo was taken at night. It was a great photography experiment. How props, I also incorporated how props can radically change the nature of a photo shoot. Meal in front of a person, same thing, men's button-up shirt. Meal in front of a person, no problem. Glass of wine in front of the person, more of a problem. We get biases all the time. Sex sells. You got banned from a stream because I told them that they were so against Omegle, then Roblox should be getting the firing squad. And then you said you fought with your son about Roblox for over a decade. I think Roblox needs to be shut down. And I think Roblox needs to be shut down because when your first response, if you didn't see the Chris Hansen thing, Chris Hansen made a Roblox account, and within 2 minutes they banned his account. If you're going to ban the Catch a Predator guy from being on your platform after you've already thrown a fit about the independent content creator who's found sexual predators on your platform, and that says a lot. It also says a lot that we have so many child sexual predators in our nation. I forgot what the amount was. Pictobytes? The guy that had 7 pictobytes of child pornography. And they were like, well, we're going to give him a deal because, no, we're not going to give that motherfucker any deal. We're not going to give him any deal at all. What you're going to do is you're going to just put me in a room with him and you're going to go get coffee. And I'm going to give you all the names that you need. Forget the nation. It's a worldwide problem at this point. It is. It is a worldwide problem at this point. There's a lot of parental controls on it to stop voice or text chatting. There is. 7 petabytes? Oh yeah, we made that joke. Yeah, it was 7 petabytes. We made the joke. To give you an example of how much a petabyte is, you could put all of Game of Thrones, all of the West Wing, all of True Blood, all of about 5 or 6 other series, right? And that would be one. Thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of high-res video footage is one. And he had 7. There's a lot of parental controls on Roblox. There is, but the problem is, it requires the parents to be involved. In where we have the big problem is that you can't take a kid's phone away from them. And I know what a lot of parents are going to say. I pay for the phone. I can do whatever the fuck I want. You can't take your kid's phone away from them. Because their phone isn't just a phone anymore. Their phone is the entirety of their social identity. The problem is Generation X is a lot to blame. Because Generation X understood we did a lot of heinous shit, dangerous shit, risky shit, crazy shit. And we found out how we turned out. Okay? And so we don't think we turned out bad. And so we think that by giving our kids the same level of freedom, they'll turn out like we did, and they'll turn out mostly okay. The problem is, the radical shit that Generation X did, it had a fuck around and find out component to it. You have people that are doing stupid tricks. We still had kids, like every town, if you think about it, every town with the Generation X kids had one kid that died. I hate to say it, but the common thread I've seen between most Gen X groupings is they all had that kid that died. Died in a car accident, died from a stupid stunt, died from a stupid prank, got in a car accident, head on he was on a bike, they were a car. Yeah, I'll have that kid that can only count to 8 because he blew 2 fingers off. We have the kids that lost eyes. We had all that. We have all that shit. Everybody has that shit in Generation X. You're drowned in a dam. Right. Are you supposed to swim there? No. Did you do it anyway? Yes. Did somebody die? Yes. Did 95% of the kids then say, I'm never swimming up there? Yes. Did you still have the 5 asshole percent that still, oh, it won't happen to me? Sure. Guess what? They died too. The problem we have is that every cul-de-sac that had bike, skateboard ramp that pointed to some giant rock if you went too far. Yeah, you only had a dozen kids in your area, so you didn't have that. We got a Death Tree Corner. Guess why it's called that? Right. What we have is as George Carlin said, we have put a helmet on everything. We have made everything too safe. And then, if everything is too safe, then the kid who eats too many marbles grows up to have kids of his own. Kids are now completely dialed in online. Now, my kids don't like when I bring it up, but I told them, I said, I bring it up because I'm your parent. It's a teaching experience, and other kids might learn from it. 2 of my children sent inappropriate photos of themselves, and then they got spread around. Trying to berate a child because they take a sexually explicit photo of themselves is pointless. It's pointless because they're going to do it. It's going to happen. So instead of berating them and scaring them as to why they shouldn't do it, you need to explain to them that the internet is fucking forever. Now, the fortunate part about the internet being forever is that if you slap enough websites with a crime, I am notifying you that you have imaging of a child of a sexual nature. If somebody doesn't call me immediately, I'm turning this over to law enforcement. You're fine. They get the message really quick. Snapchat likes to fucking keep you in a long ass queue for most of your complaints. You put there's child pornography on your platform, they're going to get right back to you. When I say right back to you, I mean they're going to be calling you. If you put in the verbiage, there's child pornography on your platform, I am attempting to get it removed. I need you to contact me. Otherwise, my next step is going to be to liaise with the FBI. Because the FBI doesn't give a shit, right? The FBI don't give a shit. They'll go in and they're like, whatever. This is some ASAC is getting a promotion out of this one. Well, I said to my middle child who did it first, I said, I got it taken care of. Don't do this shit again. She didn't. But her little sister did to a magnitude of 1,000 times. And when I say 1,000 times, I do in fact mean 1,000 times. That's why I tell parents, Snapchat has a little folder called For Your Eyes Only. Click on that fucking tab and look at what your kid has in their Snapchat For Your Eyes Only. Fucking trust Papa J on this one. Well, the second time, man, it was fucking hard. It was a fucking hard ordeal. It was difficult to get done. My youngest child has said, I'm not that stupid. The youngest is like, I'm not that dumb. But the problem is, when I was a kid, you might get some spicy Polaroids. You might get some spicy Polaroids from your girlfriend. But you know what you didn't do? You didn't do the blackmail shit, because then that was the end of you ever getting spicy pics from any girl ever again. You have some spicy Polaroids from your girlfriend? Remember, they were Polaroids. They weren't developed film. Don't know how many girls got in trouble trying to take naked photos of themselves, take them to the 1-hour delivery, and you got bare fucking ass in that fucking machine that faces the mall. Holy fuck. Polaroids, you break up with your girlfriend, you give her Polaroids back. The other thing that I don't understand about guys, I don't know what's happened with society. Your girlfriend gave you a couple of spicy Polaroids because she's going to be gone over spring break, or you're going somewhere on spring break. So, the night before one of you leaves, she gives you this thing, some spicy Polaroids. You didn't show anybody that shit. At least not in my group. At least not where I'm. You didn't show anybody that shit. Now, guys get, gotten tons of spicy pics from girls. That shit's on lockdown. I ain't sharing. I ain't showing you shit. I ain't sharing nothing. Why? Because I don't want the reputation as the guy that showed other people, because I'm never getting any spicy pics again. Now, we're living in a society where 10% of people, girls between 18 and 26, 10% of girls make their money by showing their butthole on OnlyFans. Or it's 10% of their creators are between 18 and 26. Maybe it's 50%. I don't fucking remember what the numbers are. But we're living in a society of show your butthole. Think these girls fucking care if their pictures leak all over the internet? They don't care that their naked pictures are all over the internet. They care that they didn't get paid for it. Like, there's one girl from our group of friends from 28 years ago. She talks to me occasionally, and she she is constantly upset. She is the victim of revenge porn and has been the victim of revenge porn for about 28 years. Well, we'll say 20 years. Her fucking porn video gets uploaded to all these sites, and she's constantly she finds it, and she constantly has to fight with the sites. And I said, hey, I can help you with that a lot faster because I deal with intellectual property. Stop saying it's an unauthorized video of you and start saying this is a DMCA violation, because then they'll actually care. Because if it's a DMCA violation, that's $2,500 a pop. That's me, and you don't have a release from me for that video to be up. I suggest you figure out whatever the fuck you need to do with your algorithm to make sure this face doesn't appear on your website again, because I don't give you permission. What if she starts telling that it was taken when she was under 18? That is actually the very, very fast way. But however, remember, when you send that letter in, you're sending a truthful, lawful statement. If you're over 18 in the video, don't have that. Now, I did see somebody that's fucking clever as shit. They said if you're ever gonna make a sex tape, make it with Disney music in the background, because Disney will take care of all the removing it from websites for you. But that's the society we're living in. That's the society that we have allowed to come to fruition. Men want to run around and go to strip clubs, but men get upset when their girlfriend, fiance, wife's body count is more than them. Men, have you ever watched a guy overreact when he finds out what his girlfriend's body count is? Especially if that body count is still single digits. Holy fuck. Like, I've seen guys freak the fuck out if their 24-year-old girlfriend has a body count of 5. I watched a guy throw a fucking temper tantrum because we were talking at the bar. We're all about 24, 25, 26. And they're like, what's your body count? What's your body count? What's your body count? And she's like, 5. And he's like, 5? 5? And I'm like, hold up. What's yours? He's like, 15. You're 10 higher than her and you're fucking throwing a temper tantrum? And then my girlfriend's sitting there and going around the table and they're like, what's your body count? And she's like, kind of embarrassed. I was like, okay, everybody put your hands up. They all put their hands up. I said, shit, not enough hands. Like, we have created such a fucking decadent society. Cartho says he sees OnlyFans on people's work history. Independent mattress actress. We shame women because they do OnlyFans. But multiple women make 6 figures a month on OnlyFans. I could get down, like, what's her name? Kit the Beefcake. She showed up in my fucking research down of OnlyFans. She's one of the top 0.1 percenters of OnlyFans. She made 7 figures in 1 month on OnlyFans. Look, if she made 7 figures on OnlyFans, why are we hating? To be completely honest, the average American sees about $2.5 million worth of wealth in their entire life. If she makes $12 million in her one top year on OnlyFans and then quits, I think she's doing okay. It's like I told you, my friend that was a stripper, got a master's degree in speech pathology, worked 1 year as a speech pathologist and only stripped on weekends. And then after that year, started working at a clinic on Saturdays for speech pathology and stripped for the next 10 years. Stripped from 19 until 34 and then became a full-time speech pathologist. And when they asked, our friends asked, like, why'd you do that? She's like, because I made more than $1 million a year as a stripper. My house is paid off. My 2 cars are paid off. I have no college bills. I have trust funds or college funds set up for my kids. She's like, I make more in one night as a stripper than I do all month as a speech pathologist. She's like, now that I have the money, I can spend the next 30 years of my life being a speech pathologist. But I wouldn't have been able to successfully have kids and be a speech pathologist. No matter how bad it gets, I wouldn't do it. That's personal preference. A key that opens many locks is a master key. A lock that can be opened by any key is a bad lock. Right. But it's what we have going on with our fucking society. Because we have parents that aren't teaching their kids very well. Right? So we have kids that aren't being taught, and then this is basically the walking textbook problem of American society. You get a girl who meets a new guy, and the guy says, I have 3 baby mamas, 2 felonies, 1,500 days incarcerated, a GED, I drive an uninsured 1996 Honda with no seatbelts, and I don't have a job. And there's the girl, ready to fucking jump his bones. And God, this is way too true. I can fix him. Right? I can stay out of the mental prison. I have to live with myself 24/7. No, you have to live with yourself 24 hours a day. But this, unfortunately, is true and a half. This is so true that it makes me sick. And it's not that I hate the game, not the player. But guys that were fucking shitbirds got a gaggle of ass, right? Yeah, women, stop objectifying us. Other women, look at my booty hole for $14.95 a month. I see this all the time. Like, you're hitching your wagon to this. Right. Girl, he's fine. I want to hit that. Right. It may be unfair, but women are the gatekeepers of procreative selection. Right. And that's that problem we talked about a while back, where women's standards for what they want in a man reduce them to less than 1% of the population. Men, the top 20% of men on a dating site get 60% of the matches. I know it sounds sexist. I know it sounds condescending, right? But this Halloween, you all know the girl that this is going to fit to. You all have that girl in your group of friends that's like, I don't know what to dress up for as Halloween this year. You might as well dress up like a piñata, because you let everybody hit that shit. You got 5 kids from 5 different baby daddies. You should be a piñata. I get women don't like stop objectifying us. Okay. What do you see your value as? On a scale of 1 to 10, where's your value number? An 8. You have 5 kids, and you think you're an 8? An 8 to who? An 8 to who? Who are you an 8 to? A one-legged, one-eyed, toothless fucking meth head behind the Dollar General? Yeah, you might be an 8 to him. I can never hear the word condescending about thinking the joke about a convicted felon walking down the stairs. Condescending, yeah. The problem is, a lot of women are in the negative numbers. I would never say a woman's value has moved to the negative numbers. I would say their number has moved to 0, and it's going to need more than a 1 to get them out of 0. But if you want to say they're in the negative numbers, that's accurate as well. I just don't want to say it that way. Women don't understand that, like, for example, a couple of stories. Number 1, I had a friend She was a master sergeant in the Air Force. She had 3 daughters with her husband. One day, he was upset. I said, hey, what's wrong? And she said, I think my husband's having an affair. I said, what makes you think that? She said, because there were footprints on my windshield. And I'm like, I'm gonna need a few more words. I'm gonna need a few more words because I'm not understanding. She's like, there is a woman's footprints in my van with her feet up on the windshield. Your husband's having an affair. And let me tell you why your husband is having an affair. Number one, if you don't know about a female friend that your husband has, he's already having an affair. He might not be having a sexual affair, but he's having an affair. Number two, it sounds petty. Yeah, on the inside of the windshield. It sounds petty, but that's your car and his car. If you got into my fucking car, I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care how many years I've known you. I don't care how many years I've been your friend. If I picked up some of the people from Chicago when I'm up there in a couple of weeks, and one of them takes off their fucking flip-flops and puts their feet on my windshield, I'm fucking stopping the car, pulling over and saying, get the fuck out, because you're inherently disrespectful. I said, yes, this is my vehicle. I own it with my wife. You're not fucking marking any of your territory. Get your fucking feet off my windshield. And you all know my feeling about feet. Feet go in socks, socks go in shoes, and then feet don't exist until you wash them for bed. But she was like, well, what do I do? I said, you go home and you confront his ass about it. You go home, you tell the oldest child, I need you to watch your 2 sisters. You tell your husband, we're going to go have a conversation outside where the neighbors can hear us, because I'm going to ask you some questions and you better not fucking get loud with me. Why was there a woman in my car? Don't tell him how you know. Just, why was there a woman in my car? He's either going to tell you the goddamn truth about why there was a woman in the car, or he's going to lie. If he lies and says there wasn't a woman in the car, then you just walk him over to the footprints and you say, hey, fucking footprints, they're not mine and they're not the kids. So who the fuck's footprints are these? Because they're definitely the shape and size of a woman's foot. Because that's fucking it at that point. Now, there have been times in my marriage, a woman has come to the house. Someone from my past, somebody that I know, woman comes to the house. You know what the very fucking first thing I do when a woman comes to my house and my wife's not home? I text my wife. Just to let you know so-and-so is here. Period. Dot. We're not yet. I text my wife. Just so you know so-and-so is here. Why? So my wife knows. Because when my wife returns to the home, when my wife, I would call if I was a different person, but normally people don't show up to talk to me unless their world is falling apart. If people show up, they generally, they're one bad breath from yeet when people show up at my house. That's just the track record I have with people. But I don't want my wife to go through that uncomfortable situation of pulling into the driveway where a woman's mind runs a million miles a second. She pulls into the driveway and she sees a strange car and she walks in and she gets startled because this is her home. As I've explained to my family, I've explained to my kids, I've explained to everybody, there's a difference between the word house and the word home. This is my house. This is my family's home. I own the building. I own the outside, the structure. This is my structure. But it's everybody's home. My kids, their rooms are their rooms. I ask for permission now to go into my kids' rooms. Because in my studying of domestic violence, in child psychology, children deserve boundaries. My daughter's room is a shithole. She doesn't get any help with it. A shithole. Told her today, I said, do you have everything you need that needs to be washed for the Disney trip? Period. Do you have everything that needs to be washed? No, I need to find shorts. Go do that. And she did. I'm not going in there to find it. You do it. What we have is a big fucking problem with society, and society can't fix it. We can't fix the problems we have because nobody knows what the answers are, because nobody actually fully understands the scale and the scope of the problem. She protested ICE raids. Then ICE agents showed up at her door. Early one morning, Treasure Thorson was drinking coffee on her couch and heard a knock at the door. I see a woman there in office clothes with a Homeland Security vest over the top. She said, "We have a warrant for your arrest for conspiracy." She was still in her pajamas. The agents let her change clothes and hug her partner goodbye before taking her into custody. The government charged her and 14 others with engaging in a conspiracy to impede federal agents, a conspiracy it says culminated in the use of blockades outside of the Whipple Federal Building, which served as ISIS headquarters. What are you fucking surprised about? What are you surprised about? The statute dates back to the Civil War, has historically been used infrequently. But since President Trump took office, the Justice Department has charged more than 36 people in 10 cases. A conspiracy to impede the enforcement of immigration. Your First Amendment right allows you to protest. It does not allow you... Your First Amendment right allows you to peacefully lawfully assemble. It doesn't allow you to protest. You say you give your roommate a 9 despite being a single mother. Hey, the good thing about women's points is that it's subjective to each male. I would never give a single mother a 9. Now, if a single mother in her late 30s and the kid's already 18, that might be a 9. But if I'm engaged with a relationship, if something happened to my wife and I'm in the dating pool again, I've already made the joke. If I ever have to enter the dating pool, I can't have any more children, and I'm not raising anybody else's little assholes. Like, that's just going to be it. If you have children that are under the age, a single widow, again, for me, just personally, if her kids are over 18, she might be a 9. But if she's still got kids living in the house, that score drops to below 5. I don't care how smoking hot she is, because I don't want to raise anybody else's little assholes. I don't want to do that. I've been a parent longer than I've been anything else in life except alive. I have 5 years left of parenting, 4.5. I want to be done parenting. I want to be finished parenting. I don't want to be finished being a parent. I will always be there for my kids. I will always help them. I will talk to them. I will give them advice. I will give them money if I think the situation can be solved with money. I'm not going to give them, I won't ever say I'll give my kids whatever they need. If my kids need a place to go, I'll give them one night at a hotel. We'll see where we are the next day. If my daughter showed up with her 2 kids at my door, I would be like, let's get you checked into a hotel. Well, why can't I come in? Because I got to put you in a hotel, because I got to figure out what the problem is. The moment I let you in, your problem becomes my problem. I put you in a hotel, I know I only own this problem for one day. See what I'm saying? I can't believe you're that mean. That's called being smart, because I want to know the extent of the problem I'm getting into. One of my kids did something incredibly stupid, got her kids taken away. I said, you know what? I don't want to risk aiding and abetting. One of my kids got their kids taken away for a short period of time. I can't help you. The judge gave you a very clear and delineated list of things you needed to do in order to keep your children. You did not do those things. Well, can you get custody of the kids? Well, if I get custody of the kids, you're not going to be around them. Well, why not? Is that a serious question? The judge thinks you shouldn't have your kids, so if I take the kids instead of the system, you don't get to be around them. I'm not going around a judge's orders. The kid is a good kid, so I don't put him against her. But it's right. But the thing is this. It's not about the kid being good or the kid being bad. In your mind, she's a 9. It's your rating. Great. In my mind, I don't want to... if something happened to my wife, I wouldn't even get involved in dating till my youngest was done with school, because I don't need to. I don't need to be involved in dating. But the trick is, once my kid was 18 and I decided to maybe date again, if she's like, oh, I have to cancel, I have a babysitter. I couldn't find a babysitter. Wait, you have kids in the house? Yeah. That's a no to me. Because if I want to get up on a Thursday and get plane tickets and go down to Disney for a weekend, I want to be able to do that. I don't want... Because remember, 33 years and counting is how long I've been doing the parenting shit. I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want that. So for me, that goes sub 5. If you don't care about that, she can be a 9. We're not rating like on an Olympic score where we take 3 scores and she gets the average. It's one-on-one. For example, there are some people who have a fucking sick fascination with Maisie Williams. As far as I'm concerned, Maisie Williams is off limits. I don't care that she's an adult. I don't care that she's over 18. She's in her 20s. I don't care. Why? Because we saw her as a little kid on a TV show. She's off limits. If you watch this person grow up, probably not the right person. Know what I'm saying? Now, if you don't have a problem with that, cool. Half your age plus 7 is a good starting point. So take your age, divide by 2 plus 7. Same weird thing as the Olsen twins. Right. Now, little bit different. Right. Little bit different. When you say something like this, Maisie Williams is Arya Stark from Game of Thrones. When you say something like, I've said this and people have given me weird looks. My first crush was Drew Barrymore. And they're like, that's weird. And I was like, my first crush was Drew Barrymore on E.T. They're like, that's so weird, man. You had a crush on a little kid? She's 4 years older than me. Keep that in mind. So when I say my first crush was Drew Barrymore, we wouldn't have been able to date because she would have turned 18, I would have been 14. Yeah, I was a kid when she was a kid, right? I get it though, she isn't someone I would date, she's a roommate. Yeah, same thing with the Stranger Things kids. Right, exactly. Your best friend from kindergarten I lost contact with in 3rd grade. When we met again, her boyfriend was very insecure until I explained, I see her as the kid from kindergarten, don't worry. Right, exactly. Exactly. If you have, like the Olsen twins, first of all, I don't think the Olsen twins grew up to be attractive. I don't think the Olsen twins are attractive at all. I think the Olsen twins are a walking, talking textbook example of parents that exploited the shit out of their children. Because the Olsen twins were in like 70 fucking movies. Right? They look like strung out addicts, because one of them is. I don't know about the other one. But one of them is a strung out ex-addict. The problem we have is we overly sexualize our entire society. And so we no longer have good, healthy boundaries. We no longer have good, healthy boundaries for what's appropriate and what's not. Final kind of parting shot. This big thing going on right now in the media is race washing. And while we're taking Disney characters and we're making them white or making them black or making them whatever. Somebody brought up a really good point. If you can change the race of a character, right? And it not impact the story, then the story wasn't written for a particular race. Ariel. Can Ariel be dark-skinned? Theoretically, yes. Should she be? No. Why? Because a mermaid that lives under the sea wouldn't need to develop melatonin. Mermaids wouldn't need to be black or brown because the water filters the sunlight for them. You develop melatonin as a sun defense mechanism. So, but you can make the argument that maybe Ariel lived in a place where the mermaids were closer to the surface of the water, like the Caribbean. And so as long as you have a justifiable explanation for why you made the character black, cool, make the character black. Can you make Rapunzel Hispanic? Sure. There's nothing about Rapunzel that means she has to be white. Could you make Belle black? Maybe. You maybe could make Belle black, but then you would think the era that it was written, they don't actually ever say it was in France. They just highly influenced Belle, Gaston, Lumiere. They just highly influenced that Beauty and the Beast is in France. What about the little Cajun girl? Well, if she's a little Cajun girl, she needs to be Cajun. But then we get to Snow White. Snow White has to be white. Why does Snow White have to be white? Because you read her fucking description, and it specifically talks about her skin color. They decided to blackwash Snape in Harry Potter with a black character when the description of Snape in the books is very, very clear that he's white. White with greasy, oily hair. You also didn't think about season 5, where you're going to have the 4 white kids torturing the black kid. But Hermione could have been any race because sickly pale. That's the actual phrase. Severus Snape was sickly pale with greasy black hair. But Hermione Granger, her facial color is never explained. So she could have been any color. Yeah, string up the black Snape because he likes the white girl. Guys, you have to read the whole fucking series and know what you're getting into. We've got to move past shit like this. We've got to be smarter. We've got to be smarter than what we're working with. Normally I would hang out and bullshit, but I have a phone call here in about an hour that I need to do some amount of prep work for. I'm here Wednesday, and then I'm in Disney for a week. It's my last Disney trip. It's my 4th or 5th vacations this year. And then next year is nothing. The good news is, looks like I'm going to be keeping my feet. The medication is working now that I got everybody on the same page. Had to fight with everybody. Everybody's on the same page now. Medication is working. I can feel 1.5 of my feet today. So, I will see you guys on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos